Hello, hello. Welcome, everyone. Let me just let the music slowly disappear. So, welcome, everyone. I am your host, Andrew Cabral, and this is Chasing Labels. This is the podcast that we talk about several of the announcements in the boutique label world of video home releases, video home entertainment. I'm not quite sure how they would categorize it these days, but we take the last 2 weeks or so, and we kind of go into all of the boutique label announcements, or most of the boutique label announcements, mostly stuff that I'm interested in adding to my collection. You may be interested in adding to your collection, or stuff I'm just interested in general in talking about. That's a good way to kind of break that all down. So I'm not just talking about every announcement in the boutique label world, because there are so many, even within just a 2 week period. And this is officially episode or spy number 178. Thank you all for joining me. And before we get into all of the stuff that we're going to get into, all of the announcements from Criterion, from Severin with their upcoming Black Friday sale, with all their title announcements, with Kino, and with Imprint and Warner Archive. Couple of things to talk about beforehand. Speaking of Criterion, the current sale that is at Barnes and Noble, the 50% off sale, is still going on as of this recording. As of this recording, so if you're listening to this a month or so in the future, or a year or so in the future, this probably doesn't apply to you. But if you're listening to it now on November the 24th, the sale is still going on. I believe it is going on until December 7th. So I think the whole idea is to go from November 7th to when it started to December 7th, give a full month worth of time. I have gone to the sale and I've gotten a few things. I did do my usual trip to the Criterion sale video that I do every time the sale comes around. So every July and every November, you'll see me at my local store looking at shelves and picking up some titles. That video will be out this week. It's all uploaded. It's just a matter of making a thumbnail and then making it public for everyone to see it at this point. But for those of you who don't want to wait, I do have the titles right next to me. I picked up 6 titles at the sale, and I figured I'd do a little sneak peek watch now, or sneak peek of them now. First up here is Vittorio De Sica's Shoeshine. Now, this is the 4K UHD release of that movie. I consider Vittorio De Sica a must-watch filmmaker if you want to get into cinema with a capital C. If you want to know what they're watching in film schools all across the world, chances are it's a Vittorio De Sica film. Chances are it's Bicycle Thieves, because that's where I started. And chances are you'll hear that name if you do ever take a film course ever. But this is his movie Shoeshine, which I think is also very, very good. Another Vittorio De Sica film, which is one of my favorites, is Umberto D. That's another great one to watch if you're trying to get into more Italian cinema. Italian neorealism is typically what Bicycle Thieves and Umberto D is, the style in which it's in. Really good stuff. But this is the 4K of Shoeshine. Next, I picked up A Confucian Confusion and Mahjong. This is an Edward Yang double feature. This is just a Blu-ray, and this is an interesting double feature. Two earlier films. I wouldn't say earlier films. One's from 1994, one's from 1996. So not early, but Edward Yang, I feel, is such an underrated filmmaker. I recently saw a video of his work, and people just talking about it. He did the movie Yi Yi, which was his last film. He also did A Brighter Summer Day, which is another great film of his that I still need to get. But I just wanted to add more of his work to my collection. So I picked this up from Criterion. And then I picked up Fires on the Plain, which is a 4K UHD. This is the Kan Ichikawa film. This movie came out along with The Burmese Harp. And the reason I didn't pick up The Burmese Harp at the same time is because they only had the Blu-ray of The Burmese Harp, and I wanted to get the 4K of it. So I figured I'd wait and see if my store got any copies. And if they don't, I'll just order that movie online. But Fires on the Plain, I thought was even better than The Burmese Harp. This movie, I think, is really phenomenal. Came out in 1959. Um, just an amazing movie, really. As I talked about it here on the channel when it was announced several months ago, definitely one for people to get their hands on. The next is a movie that I want to pick up back in July, and it is the movie Night Moves, the 4K UHD of Night Moves, starring Gene Hackman. This is the 1970s neo noir, and it's a great film. A few years ago, Warner Archive had put it out on Blu-ray, and then now we've got it once again, but in 4K from Criterion through whatever deal that they currently have going on with Warner Brothers. So, I've got that. Next up here is a movie I hadn't heard about since talking about it on the show here, and that is the movie Saving Face, a film by Alice Wu. This is a really great film from 2004. A great movie dealing with LGBTQ plus themes. It's also a bit of a romantic comedy as well, and in drama too, dealing with family and tradition and trying to break away from that tradition and be your own person. And there's culture clash between two worlds. All really, really good stuff. If you've ever seen the Ang Lee film, The Wedding Banquet, that would pair very nicely with this movie. Even the new remake with The Wedding Banquet that just came out last year, that would also probably pair nicely with this movie too. But that is Saving Face. And then last but certainly not least, here is a movie by Youssef Shaheen, and this is Cairo Station. Cairo Station is a movie that I really, really liked watching when I had to watch it here for the podcast. If you haven't seen this movie, I do highly recommend it. I had never heard of Youssef Shaheen or his work at all, but watching this movie made me want to watch more of his stuff. This movie, yeah, there's a whole documentary on here actually about his work. It says Shaheen Y question mark, a 2009 documentary on the director and Cairo Station. So watching stuff like that always makes me want to watch more stuff from the specific director. So that is Cairo Station. So that is the sixth that I picked up from my first trip to the Criterion sale. Like I said, there will be a video of me going to the Criterion sale like I do every single time the sale comes around. That will be up. Speaking of Criterion, still, Steven and I got together last night. It's currently up on the channel right now. For those of you listening, for those of you watching, we did reviews of the 4K UHD release of Eyes Wide Shut, the Criterion. This is coming out actually tomorrow. This hits the streets tomorrow. This has got to be one of their most anticipated releases of the year. No question about that in my mind. This is also probably one of my most anticipated releases of the year as well. Probably one of my favorite releases of the year too. There is some archival special features on here, as well as new interviews with the director of photography, the cinematographer for Eyes Wide Shut, as well as a new interview with the second unit director and set director, Lisa Leone. And then there's an interview with with archivist Georgina Orgil, who is part of this archive that has all of like Kubrick's like letters and notes and all kinds of stuff. And that was fascinating to see. Really fascinating stuff. Plus, there's, like I said, archival things on here too. But check out our review that we did last night of that, as well as Louis Buñuel's Elle. This movie I had not seen in time for when it was announced. I think I just couldn't find it to watch it at the time. And this is one of Buñuel's films that he did when he was in exile in Mexico from the late 1940s to the early to mid 1950s. I think from 48 to 55, somewhere around there. Anywho, this movie came out in 1953. And Louis Buñuel, the great surrealist drama, just satirist filmmaker. I'm learning more and more how revered Louis Buñuel is amongst cinephiles and amongst filmmakers, especially Guillermo del Toro. Guillermo del Toro has a brand new 30-minute interview on here. That's worth the price of admission to get this release, in my opinion. So check out the movie Elle if you haven't seen it already. I think del Toro describes it better than I can. This is essentially um, Louis Buñuel doing an Alfred Hitchcock film. That's all I will say. So, Eyes Wide Shut and Elle, the reviews are up on the channel currently of those two films. And yeah, what else is there? Oh, another little collection update. So a little while ago, I picked up the Imprint Television, I guess, yeah, Imprint Television, their collection of Bewitched seasons 1 and 2, and then I had to pick up 3 and 4. So here's 1 and 2 from before, which I coincidentally still have here next to me. So here's 1 and 2, the big old box set of that, and then here is 3 and 4. And I basically picked this up because they've been having their Black Friday sale on their Imprint website for this entire month. So I was like, I have to grab something. And there were only 4 copies left of this when I bought it, and it's now sold out. So I'm glad I bought it when I did. For those of you who don't know, I'm a big enthusiast of, television on home media, especially old television series on Blu-ray or in some cases 4K. Well, not really. The only ones that have really gotten 4Ks by this point are 90s comedies, ironically, 90s sitcoms in Friends and Seinfeld. I think are the only two that have gotten 4Ks right now. I think a Knight Rider. Knight Rider, I think, just got a 4K release too. So not much in the way of 4K for old television series. It's just a battle enough to get them on Blu-ray, let alone 4K. So I'll take a Blu-ray any way I can. But here is Bewitched seasons 3 and 4. Lovely pink case for those of you listening on the audio at home. Lovely hard box as well as Imprint does, and you get uh, both seasons in their own Blu-ray case, as well as a hardcover book. Now, this for some reason, this the cases in here are very, very tight. It's a work to get them out. I don't know why they did it like that. The first box set is not like that at all. The first box set, they come out no problem. This is a bit of a struggle. So you've got season 3 here on the front. You have the cartoon drawing of Samantha from Bewitched. Now on the back, you get Elizabeth Montgomery as as Tabitha. Yeah, I don't know why I just completely blanked on the name. I know Tabitha is the daughter. Wow, they had the daughter already in season 3. So Samantha from Bewitched on the front in cartoon form. Samantha from Bewitched as Elizabeth Montgomery on the back. And then let me see if I can get season 4 out without too much uh, discomfort. So you have Darren in cartoon form on the front and animated form, and then you have, I think you have Darren and Samantha on the back as well. And then, just in case you guys want to know how the discs are in their own hubs. There's a disc on the right, disc 2 discs on a tray, and then the 4th disc on the back. I believe season 4 is the same exact way. Yeah. Season disc 1, disc 2, disc 3, and disc 4. All nicely done, all simply packaged. None of this like putting the discs in like sleeves or anything like that, or having them being in like the book packaging where you've got to like dig them out of these big old sleeves and stuff. Not a big fan of that packaging because the discs always get fingerprints all over them. They can be sliding and get scratches all over them, which does affect playback. And then lastly, in this box set, you do get a hardcover book as well. It's got Samantha and Darren in animated form on the front, and then Samantha and Darren in animated form on the back as well. And this is a nice little compact hardcover book, which has all kinds of actually it's got like episode descriptions and mostly just episode descriptions, which is really nice, and color pictures and all kinds of stuff. So really good stuff. Expensive. I do want to warn people when you're getting Imprint has a whole television line, which we don't really talk about here because we're mostly concentrating on talking about movies. But I know a lot of Imprint enthusiasts. If you're in any of the Imprint groups on Facebook, our buddy Tony, who's been here on a few occasions, he does a whole Imprint cast of Imprint titles and whatnot, and he runs, I think, the Facebook group on there. But the Imprint television stuff are rather expensive. I won't lie to people on that. Probably more than I would say you should pay for television seasons, especially in 2025 when everything is pretty much streaming and a lot of these TV shows have been on DVD in the past and are cheaply available on DVD. But you do get what you pay for when it comes to Imprint and when it comes to their television stuff. They do look very, very good. Like Bewitched looks kind of amazing. It's really the way you have to do it to make it worthwhile for people to want to buy these at this point, because like I said, 2025. Not a lot of people are buying older TV shows or just TV shows in general on Blu-ray anymore. With the world of streaming that now exists, TV shows are a second away that you can kind of pick out. But I'm a little old school, and I want to get all my old favorites on Blu-ray whenever I can. So that's a whole long spiel. Man, we're gonna be here forever tonight. But I guess some sadder news. Sadder news is that yesterday news broke of the passing of Udo Kier, the great actor Udo Kier, who has appeared in many, many films. Actually, he has 411 credits on IMDb in total. So that is quite an extensive career. I believe he passed away at the age of 81. And my introduction to Udo Kier was in the movie Ace Ventura. Ace Ventura came out in what, 1994? I was 7 years old. I didn't know who Udo Kier was. I just know that he was the rich guy in Ace Ventura. That's how I know him, and that's how I knew him growing up. And it wasn't until I became, much older that I went back and watched a lot of the stuff that he had done decades in the past. And two prominent films that he had done decades in the past that I recently, by recently I mean within the last 5 years, have bought and owned is the movies Flesh for Frankenstein and Blood for Dracula, with which both star Udo Kier. Um, I think they are both films by Paul Morrissey. Yes, I think they're both produced by Andy Warhol. I believe so. At least I know Blood for Dracula is. Let me check Flesh for Frankenstein. Actually, while I'm on IMDb, might as well give it a little check. Um, so both of these editions, I think, are out of print by this point. Obviously, the Flesh for Frankenstein was a Vinegar Syndrome release, and Blood for Dracula was a Severin release. And coincidentally, that is around the time where we started chasing labels that these two were coming out. And these are kind of my introductory titles to both of those labels of Vinegar Syndrome and of Severin. So what was I doing? Oh yeah. I wanted to check if Andy Warhol was a producer on Flesh for Frankenstein. Let's see. Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Okay. So he was a producer on both of them. So yeah, if you're curious about Udo Kier's work and all that stuff, go to his IMDb, check out his work. I do recommend Blood for Dracula and Flesh for Frankenstein to people. These are probably my two favorite releases from each of these labels. Yeah, like definitely Vinegar Syndrome. This is my favorite release of theirs, and this is probably my favorite release from Severin as well. Just really stacked releases, really just great work all the way around, and two unique, interesting movies. If you've seen these movies, you understand what I'm saying. Coincidentally, we were just talking about Criterion. Once upon a time, these were part of the Criterion collection. Both of these movies, I think, had DVD releases, if not Laserdisc releases, something like that. Back in the old Criterion archives, you can find Flesh for Frankenstein and Blood for Dracula if you dig deep enough. But yeah, I just wanted to mention Udo Kier and just memorialize his passing by mentioning his work and how much of a big fan of his I was. He worked with so many directors in so many different genres. Truly an all-time actor. He's also kind of like an actor not a lot of people know of unless you're kind of deeper into cinema. You know what I mean? Like once you get a few layers into the back catalog of cinema, the deeper cuts of cinema, that's where you start seeing the work of Udo Kier. And that's where you start discovering just off the wall bonkers stuff like Flesh for Frankenstein, like Blood for Dracula, and you have yourself quite a time. You meet a lot of friends along the way too. You meet a lot of like-minded friends in the Udo Kier realm. I know our friend Celeste Lacabra is a big fan of Udo Kier as well, and I'm pretty sure on her stream on Saturdays that she typically does, uh, she will talk about Udo Kier and stuff like that. But yeah, let's move on to what we have to talk about here on Chasing Labels. I think that's about it. But yeah, like I said, we have a few things to talk about here tonight. Hopefully, I'm trying to keep it under 4 hours, but I've already spent nearly 20 minutes just talking about movies and movie updates and all kinds of stuff. So let's see, where do I want to start? You know where I'm going to start? I'm going to start with Warner Archive. So Warner Archive has their December titles. Yes, the December titles were announced, So these are coming out next month as of this recording, as of this live stream, and we've got a few films. I'll just read them off, and then we'll go into several of them. So we have Interrupted Melody from 1955, The Valley of Decision from 1945, San Antonio from 1945, On Borrowed Time from 1939, I Love Melvin from 1953, and then we have a pair of, I believe, Hanna-Barbera animation or cartoons. Lippy the Lion and Hardy Har Har, the complete series, 1962 to 1963. Then we have Wally Gator, the complete series, 1962 to 1963 as well. So deeper cut Hanna-Barbera animation is now getting Blu-ray releases, which is always cool to see. That leads me to believe that they're going to put out more of the well-known stuff. If you're joining me here for the first time, I'm a big fan of Hanna-Barbera. I grew up with Flintstones, Jetsons, Yogi Bear, Scooby-Doo, all of that stuff. So one of my goals over my lifetime of collecting is to get all of them on home video. My initial thing was I was going to get all of the DVDs, but now that the Blu-rays are coming out, I'm gonna wait for the Blu-rays. I've got the Jetsons complete series. I've got the Flintstones complete series. I got Scooby Doo, the first series from 1969. I have that in complete series, and I'm hoping they put out the subsequent series is in on Blu-ray. There has been a there's been so many Scooby Doo series and movies and stuff over the years. I'm still kind of blown away by it. And I still mentioned it here on the podcast because it really does blow me away that that franchise has been around in some way, shape, or form since 1969. Like they're still making Scooby Doo series. They're still making Scooby Doo movies. They're still selling Scooby Doo products. And it's kind of nuts if you think about it, considering all of the generations that have been out. Like it's like Gen X, millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, all of us have been exposed. I've been around for Scooby Doo, but let's get back to the task at hand. So, the Warner Archive titles. So we'll start off with Interrupted Melody. Let's see. No pretensions, no tantrums. Marjorie Lawrence is a prima donna in the most professional sense of the term. She's a foremost Wagnerian, a soprano equal to the vocal and physical demands of the composer's oeuvre. And she's a beacon of triumph to anyone who fights back when personal tragedy strikes. This acclaimed biopic chronicles Miss Lawrence's rise from the outback girl to world-renowned diva and her subsequent battle against polio, which won the 1955 Academy Award for Story and Screenplay. It was also a Best Actress nominee Oscar for Eleanor Parker. Gives an outstanding performance as Lawrence, the film's selection of glorious arias voiced by uncredited opera legend in the making Eileen Farrell. Glenn Ford and Roger Moore joined Parker in this Melody to Remember. So this is a biopic. It's a really good biopic, actually. Great music, great story, great acting. It's a really solid movie. I really liked it. I didn't know anything about this singer when I watched the movie. I kind of had to go back and do some research. Marjorie Lawrence, who was an opera singer, and the movie, of course, takes artistic license and not everything is 100% accurate. We all know how the biopic game goes. So they're still making biopics now that aren't all 100% accurate. We just got a biopic on Bob Dylan. We just got a biopic on Bruce Springsteen. We got a biopic on Freddie Mercury a few years ago, which was not really at all accurate. So we know the game. We know the game. But this movie I thought was really, really good for what it is. So there's a new 4K restoration from the original camera negative, classic MGM CinemaScope cartoon Tom and Sherry. So that's a Tom and Jerry cartoon. I can't wait for that Tom and Jerry collection that's coming out next month. I think that's something I'm going to get myself for the holiday season. There's that. There's the Looney Tunes Vault collection that I need to get as well. I think those two are kind of big ones I want to get for myself. Speaking of animation, which we were. So The Valley of Decision is the next one. Oh, and Interrupted Melody is coming out on December 16th. So The Valley of Decision uh, says steel separates Pittsburgh into rich and poor, master and worker, powerful and powerless. On one side is Paul Scott, the progressive son of a street mill owner, on a steel mill owner. Sorry. On the other is Mary Rafferty, daughter of the embittered laborer who was crippled in a mill accident. When Mary takes a post as a housemaid at the Scott Mansion, she and Paul fall desperately in love, but a bloody strike may tear the city and the lovers apart, surging the passion and strife, featuring an outstanding cast that includes Greer Garson, who earned an Academy Award nomination, Lionel Barrymore, and Gregory Peck. Um, yeah, that's if you're a Gregory Peck fan, this is another one for you. So beautifully underscored by the music of Herbert Stothart, which also garnered a nomination. The Valley of Decision was a smash at the box office and remains a prime example of prestige filmmaking at MGM during the Hollywood's golden age. So what we have here is an back catalog MGM title, starring names that if you're a fan of the golden age of Hollywood, you will probably certainly know. Certainly you know who Gregory Peck is. He's probably the most prominent of these three. Lionel Barrymore, of course, from the famous Barrymore family, which goes all the way up to today with the beloved Drew Barrymore. And Greer Garson is a great actress. So what you have got here is I would say, melodrama, romance movie that's also about class warfare and class divide, about workers' rights and things like that as well, which seems to be an evergreen theme in a lot of movies throughout the last century is workers' rights, all of that stuff. So this is also a really good movie too. I really liked it. New 4K restoration from the best preservation elements. Classic MGM Tex Avery cartoon, Wild and Wolfie. Classic MGM short, Spreading the Jam. Lux Radio Theater broadcast starring Greer Garson and Gregory Peck. I believe it's probably yeah, that makes sense. I thought it would be like a Lux Radio performance of the movie, but maybe it's just an interview with them. Then you have the original theatrical trailer. This is coming out December 16th as well. So that is Valley of Decision. Now I wanted to see if either of these two movies were made by a prominent filmmaker that you may have heard of. So not really. Although Tay Garnett is a really good filmmaker, kind of a workman filmmaker. He did okay. So the movie he's probably most well known for, The Postman Always Rings Twice, is a great film noir. That's probably his biggest, most well-known movie. He also did One Way Passage with William Powell and Kay Francis. That's another good one. That's available through Warner Archive too. And I believe The Postman Always Rings Twice is available through Warner Brothers directly, because I have it. That's how I know. It's yeah. I would say it's probably behind me somewhere on the shelf. Now that I think about it, I'll try to do the alphabetical order in my head. But next movie after The Valley of Decision is San Antonio. And so this is a Western starring Errol Flynn. Let's get into it. Rustlers have taken Clay Hardin's cattle and holed up in San Antonio. So Clay does what any cowboy worth his salt must do: strap on his sidearm, ride into town, and settle the score. Despite his Tasmanian roots and elegant British diction, Errol Flynn made an ideal all American cowboy. With his steely gaze, lean frame, and understated humor, he tamed the West in 8 thrilling sagebrush sagas. San Antonio features blazing action, suspense, and a beautiful girl in Alexis Smith to add romantic luster to the heroics. Welcome to San Antonio, where excitement is as big as Texas, now meticulously restored from its original nitrate Technicolor negatives, and especially for its Blu-ray premiere. This fan favorite Warner Brothers Western glistens as never before. That's really cool to see. The fact that this movie has got a brand new restoration from the original nitrate, the fact that they still have the original nitrate is kind of a miracle. If you know anything about nitrate film, those things would light on fire spontaneously because they were so combustible. So combustible. So a lot of the original nitrate negatives are just gone because they lit up in flames and burned to dust. But this movie is really fun. It's Errol Flynn. It's a western. He's a brogue. He's handsome. He's romantic. He's romancing a lady in this. He's getting revenge for stolen cattle. It's an Errol Flynn, vehicle for its time. It's exactly what you expect it to be. So if you're a big fan of Errol Flynn and of westerns, definitely check this out. Like I said, it's got a new 4K restoration from the original Technicolor negatives. Um, yeah, the Nitrate Technicolor negatives. It's got a classic WB Technicolor short, Frontier Days, classic WB Trap Happy Porky Pig cartoon, an original theatrical trailer coming out December 3rd, 16th. That is San Antonio. Now, next comes what I think is the best movie of this entire slate here. It's called On Borrowed Time. So, On Borrowed Time is another movie starring Lionel Barrymore. Um, so Lionel Barrymore, like I said, really good actor from the famous Barrymore family. Um, and let me just read the description. The description. Death has come for Gramps Northrop, but Gramps has important work to do raising his orphaned grandson, so he uses a bit of magic to trap Death in the branches of an apple tree. Clever work, Gramps, or is it? With Death on hiatus, other folks whose time has come, folks who are worn out, ill, and in pain, can't be released from their earthly suffering. And Gramps begins to wonder if he's done the right thing. So, let's see. From the acclaimed and beloved Paul Osborne play, this endearing fantasy of family love and mortality moves effortlessly from whimsical to tragic. Lionel Barrymore gives an unforgettable performance as Gramps, leading a sterling cast of supporting players, including Beulah Bondi, Una Merkel, Henry Travers, and as most wry and gentlemanly Grim Reaper, Sir Cedric Hardwicke. So this is a movie dealing with, like it says, love, death, and mortality. And the general premise of this, blurb kind of states is this elderly couple, this grandparent couple, has been tasked with raising their orphaned grandson. And at the very beginning of this movie, the parents die in a car crash. So this movie is very serious and rather dark, but it also has fantasy and lighter elements to it too. It's a rather unique blend and mesh of tone, and it's really just endearing. It's beautiful. It's sad. It's incredibly contemporary in dealing with life and death, and yeah, it's a really good movie. Like it's you have to put the more fantasy elements aside because it plays like a fairy tale, and you kind of have to put you know those absurd things aside to really understand what it's going for underneath all of that. Death here is personified as a guy, walking around like a regular dude wearing regular clothes. He's not like he doesn't have like a sickle and a hood, and he's not a skeleton. You know what I mean? Like we traditionally think of death as. And the movie's so interesting. Um, yeah, I absolutely loved it. Based on a play, must have been a hell of a good play. Let's see what we have here. There's a new 4K restoration from the best preservation elements, two radio adaptations, one from 1946, one from 1948, classic MGM cartoon, Wanted No Master, classic MGM Fitzpatrick travel talk short, A Day on Treasure Island, then original theatrical trailer. So this movie's called On Borrowed Time. Really, really good. Coming out December 16th. Excuse me. So next we've got I Love Melvin. Melvin Hooper is a bumbler, except when he's dancing on skates. A workday gopher for Look magazine, except when he fakes being a big time photographer and in love with Broadway. Boy, Quarren. It's supposed to be someone who's in a choir. Judy Leroy. Melvin convinces Judy he can send her star love by putting her on the cover of Look magazine. Now he has to make it happen. Singing in the Rain's Debbie Reynolds and Donald O'Connor dazzle again like July 4th sparklers and I Love Melvin. Highlights include glorious on-location Manhattan locales, Debbie portraying the tossed-about football in a gridiron stage piece, and Donald romping through the delirious make-em-laugh style I Wanna Wonder. This sprightly MGM musical delight is an irresistible screen confection made special by the chemistry of its two irresistible stars as their beguiling best. There's lots to love here. So, if you are a fan of Debbie Reynolds, or if you're like myself, who is a fan of Debbie Reynolds and wants to get more Debbie Reynolds movies in their collection, this movie definitely fits the bill. It's definitely one you want to add. Um, she's great in it. It's a lighter, romantic, love story. I would say romantic comedy, really, but with musical elements to it. You have this character who um is trying to court Debbie Reynolds, but she is involved with somebody else who is considered a better suitor by her father, but this character is just head over heels in love with her, and she is also in love with him, but he's this kind of nothing, part-time photographer guy, while this other guy is like a wealthy, more eligible, better suitor to give you more comfortable, more, established life. So there's that classical battle of like, love versus comfort. And this movie's dealing with that. You got the great music in there. Debbie Reynolds is a star. I liked it. The movie's called I Love Melvin. Uh, and it's got a new 4K restoration from the original Technicolor negatives, deleted musical sequence A Lady Loves, which is the unused finale, classic MGM cartoons in The Impossible Possum, TV of Tomorrow, and then the original theatrical trailer coming out December 16th. And then after that, you've got the two um, animated series in Lippy the Lion and Hardy Har Har, the complete series, and then you've got Wally Gator, the complete series. They are both 2K. They're both 2 disc sets, both new 4K restorations from the best preservation elements. On there, and they're coming out on December 16th as well. So just to wrap up the Warner Archive. Let me just run down what's coming out in December. Interrupted Melody, The Valley of Decision, San Antonio, On Borrowed Time, I Love Melvin, and then you've got the 2 animated series in Lippy the Lion and Hardy Har Har, the complete series, and Wally Gator, the complete series as well. So that is it for Warner Archive for December. And I will say this, um, with Warner Brothers once again in the process of possibly being sold to a new company, I would buy up as much of their back catalog as you can, because you have no idea what's going to happen physical media wise if indeed Warner Brothers gets sold to Paramount, to Netflix, to NBC Universal, to whomever. Uh, you don't know if the Warner Archive line is going to stay afloat either. We didn't know that last time when they were bought by Time Warner. When they were bought by AT&T. Sorry, AT&T about 10 years ago or so. We didn't know what they were going to be doing then. We didn't know what was going to happen when they merged with Discovery. Warner Archive still stayed afloat through both of those times. And we don't know what's going to happen if they do get sold again sometime soon. So buy up all the Warner Archive titles while you can, because you never know. Buy up all the Warner Brothers, catalog stuff while you can, because you also never know. I can say this, that the Disney acquiring the 20th Century Fox definitely had an impact on being able to get a lot of the 20th Century Fox back titles, catalog titles on Blu-ray. Those old Blu-rays kind of all are now out of print. You can still get them. You just got to pay way more than you would have paid when they came out or when they were in print. But let's just say, history kind of shows that this could go south. So get it while you can. But let's move on to someplace else. Let's see. That was Warner Archive. Let's move on to Eureka. Let me see. Did I get Eureka up? No, I didn't. Let me go and get the Eureka titles up. Let's see, because Eureka only has 2 titles, so I figured we would talk about that. They have, I know, the movie Jacob the Liar, and they have a Miyamoto Musashi box set. There it is. So, of course. Let me just go to their Facebook page. That's what I'll do. I'll go to their Facebook page. It'll be so much easier. I was trying to look on Blu-ray.com, but Blu-ray.com is sometimes and usually the most reliable, but you got to go digging sometimes, and we don't have time to be digging, do we? I don't think we do. Let's go down on the Eureka Facebook page to their February releases. Yes, so their February releases, we have Jakob. It's either, I guess, the more English version would be Jacob the Liar, but it's really Jakob the Liar. So Jakob the Liar, which is an Oscar-nominated East German masterpiece of Holocaust cinema. Let's see. Let me go directly to their website. Here we go. So DF, directed for DEFA by Frank Bayer, and adapted from the novel of the same name by Jewish author Ulrich Becker. Jakob the Liar was the only East German film to be ever nominated for an Academy Award, starring the prolific Czech actor Vlastimil Brodsky. It follows the members of a Jewish community in German occupied Poland. So this movie came out in the early 1970s. I want to say 1974, 1975. This movie is, like I said, based on a novel. Which is interesting is that in the 1960s, I think late 1960s, this was actually originally a screenplay, and the DEFA thought it was too dark of a screenplay, too depressing. I guess it is dealing, of course, with incredibly serious themes and subject matter in the Holocaust, and they were like, "Yeah, we're not gonna make this." So the person who wrote the screenplay decided to turn it into a novel, and the novel became a big hit. It became such a big hit that now, years later, the DEFA was like, "Okay, let's turn it into a movie. let's Now we're gonna do it." And what we got here is Jakob the Liar, and the premise is that it's about this man called Jakob Heim, and he is a Jewish man in a ghetto. During World War II, actually, yeah, pre World War II, really, and during the war, there were these Jewish ghettos, basically walled off, military run, you know, areas that they basically put all of the Jewish families and Jewish people within, and they were kind of like work camps, and whatnot. So this movie takes place inside one of them in Poland, and this man Jakob starts he starts a rumor that he has a radio, and that he is hearing broadcast on the radio that the Russians are coming and they're going to be liberated soon. The ghetto is going to be liberated soon, and he keeps making up like the thing is that he doesn't have a radio. He doesn't have one, so he's kind of just making it up. Well, initially he hears it on a radio inside one of the headquarters that he's in, like a police station, and he takes that information, which is true, and then relays it, but then starts making up other fake radio reports and telling people he's got a radio, he's hearing these reports, and all of this stuff. So the movie is dealing with the idea of false hope versus no hope. Which one is better? Um, is it morally okay to instill false hope in seemingly a hopeless situation? And the movie is constantly dealing with and wrestling with that theme, which is a fascinating theme. I think we can still discuss today. And so the movie's dealing primarily with that, but also, of course, dealing with anti-Semitism, dealing with Nazi Germany, dealing with all these other big time themes during that time period. It's a very powerful film. It's a very good movie. Obviously, not a light film to watch. Some people on Letterboxd compared it to Life is Beautiful, but more grim and less, and but more grim and more cold and more um less, yeah, I would say more grim. I was gonna say less light, but yeah, more grim would be the term. So it's a very good movie. It was also remade in 1999, actually, by Peter Kosovitz, with Robin Williams in the starring role as the Jakob character. I'm fascinated to see that version of the story. Um, yeah, yeah, I'm just fascinated by what that would look like in a modern film. Well, I know now a movie that's over 25 years old. But what do we have here for special features? Let's see. Limited edition old card slipcase featuring new artwork by Carly A through F. Limited 2,000 copies. Limited edition collector's booklet featuring new writing on Jakob the Liar by Sebastian Hadushk, author of East German Cinema, DEFA, and Film History. For those of you who don't know, DEFA was basically East German's a movie company, movie studio. They came around after World War II, and there's a whole like DEFA box set that was put out by Eureka. I think it may be out of print by now. It was put out this year, actually. It went out of print very fast, if indeed it is. Um, but yeah, so if you're interested in kind of more historical context for these movies, definitely look into DEFA. There's a 1080p HD presentation from a 4K restoration of the original camera negative and interpositive by the DEFA Foundation. Original German audio, optional English subtitles. Let's see some special features. Lessons of the Past, new interview with Jewish studies scholar Sue Weiss on Holocaust cinema. Yurik and Jakob, new video essay by film and literature scholar Mary Going on Yurik Becker and DEFA's adaptation of Jakob the Liar. Diary for Anne Frank is a DEFA documentary on the story of Anne Frank. Okay, so that is Jakob the Liar. Let's go to the other one, which is a box set of 5 movies. It's called Zen and Sword, and it's the Miyamoto Musashi saga at Toei. Now, a little bit of context with this, just for those of you who are interested. So Miyamoto Musashi is a very famous figure in Japanese history. Miyamoto Musashi is kind of a legendary figure, really. Let me actually, just so I'm not talking out of nowhere, let me actually look up Miyamoto Musashi. Oh man, sometimes you can go with it, and sometimes you second guess yourself. So yes, he was a Japanese swordsman, strategist, artist, and writer who became renowned through stories of his unique double-bladed swordsmanship and undefeated record in his 62 duels. So he lived from 1583 to 1645. So we're talking 16th to 17th century Japan. So we're talking feudal times here, with the samurai and stuff like that. There have been movies, there's been books, there's been comic books, there's been documentaries, there's been so many things made about Miyamoto Musashi over the years. There is a 3-film set from Criterion. That's a Miyamoto Musashi, 3 movies about his life, starring Toshiro Mifune that I have. Actually, I don't even think it's in my action section. But there's a lot of Miyamoto Musashi. They've been making movies about him for like a century. So let's get into what this is about. Hold on. Oh yeah, Zen and Sword, the Miyamoto Musashi saga at Toei. A swordsman, writer, and artist who lived between 1584 and 1645. I could have just read this on on Eureka's website. Miyamoto Musashi is a near mythic figure in Japanese history and an icon of Japanese popular culture. The first film based on his life was produced in the silent period. I think it was like 1928. Followed by dozens more made over the next decades. In the early 1960s, Toei launched into an entire series focused on the legendary samurai, a 5-part saga adapted from the works of Eiji Yoshikawa and completed under the direction of Tomo Uchida between 1961 and 1965. And so they were turning these out, like 5 movies in that period. So Miyamoto Musashi charts the origins of the eponymous swordsman following his participation in the Battle of Sekigahara and traces his path towards the way of the samurai. In Miyamoto Musashi 2, Showdown at Hanayazaka Heights, Musashi emerges from a period of learning and contemplation, soon coming into conflict with a rogue group of ronin. Then in Miyamoto Musashi 3, Birth of the Two-Sword Style, the samurai develops his personal style of swordsmanship and first encounters Kojiro Sasaki, who will become his arch rival. His feud with Sasaki intensifies in Miyamoto Musashi 4, Duel at how am I going to say this? Ichioji and Miyamoto Musashi 4, Duel of Ganru. A duel at Ganru Island, ultimately leading to an epic final battle. So we got a 5-film set here, all Miyamoto Musashi stuff, all samurai stuff. If you're into samurai movies like I am, you kind of want the set. You kind of want it. So let's see what we got here just in terms of special features and such. Limited collector's edition box set, limited 2,000 copies. Limited edition hardbound slipcase featuring new art by John Dunn. Also, that's 2,000 copies. Limited edition 100-page collector's book featuring translated writing by Miyamoto Musashi himself. Notes on each film in Toei's Musashi series by Japanese cinema expert Joe Hickenbottom, and a new essay on the film's stars by Jennifer Coates, author of Film Viewing in Post-War Japan, 1945 to 1968. So that's all three of those things are all within the 2000 limited edition copies. So get them while you can. Let's see, 1080p presentations on Blu-ray from new 4K restorations by Toei. We have new audio commentary on Miyamoto Musashi with Japanese cinema expert Jonathan Root. New audio commentary by Miyamoto Musashi 2 Showdown at Hanayazaka Heights with critic and Japanese cinema expert Jasper Sharp. Live by the Sword, new video essay on Miyamoto Musashi and history and popular culture by Jonathan Clements, author of A Brief History of Japan, Samurai Shogun, and Zen, the extraordinary story of the land of the rising sun. A legendary swordsman, new appreciation by Toei's Miyamoto Musashi saga by film critic Tony Raines. Oh, nice. And Otsu and Other Women, new interviews with Japanese cinema scholar Jennifer Coates on female representation in Toei's Miyamoto Musashi's saga. This is a definite must-buy for me. There's so much Eureka stuff I want to get, and I think this one just kind of floated towards the top. Towards the top. I do love me some Japanese stuff. Now, this is coming out February 23rd, 2026. You can pre-order it now, but you do have like 3 months worth of time before it comes out. So that is the 2 February titles by Eureka. You have Jakob the Liar, and then you have Zen and Sword, the Miyamoto Musashi saga at Toei. Those are coming out from Eureka. Now, let's see what else we've got here. Actually, let's see if we have some comments. We do have some comments. Our friend Acres of Movies is here, and they do have some comments. Excited for the program. What features would you want on a Fletch double feature special edition? You got to get something with Chevy Chase. You've got to get some stuff with Chevy Chase. I know they've done Fletch quite a few times. They've done Fletch, and they've done the Fletch sequel. Both have gotten Kino releases. I don't know if they're stacked with special features or not. I don't have either of them. And I know I've talked about them here on Chasing Labels, but I can't remember what they have. So Acres of Movies also said, should Kino do Up the Creek special edition? Do you like that one? I've never seen it. Never seen it. So I don't know. Have you heard of Genesis RPG Shining Force? Should that be a good fantasy series of movies? I have not heard of that. So I couldn't comment on whether that would be good or not. I think we need some good fantasy series now. I mean, I'm assuming you mean television series. What's interesting when it comes to fantasy TV is we've been getting a lot of medieval fantasy. Well, actually, with Game of Thrones, and that kind of ushered in a whole new era of medieval fantasy TV series and whatnot. And you have House of the Dragon. The thing is, they're not so. There's not a lot of fantasy going on in there, in terms of like magic and stuff like that. A lot of the fantasy series, coincidentally, are streaming shows now. We don't get a lot of network fantasy anymore. Maybe the budgets are just too big for network TV. I don't know. That's just me kind of spitballing. But anywho, let's move on. Acres of Movies also says make anthology biopics, 25 minutes on Shakira, 25 on Pat Morita, and 25 on Hal Ashby. Would this be a new trend of anthology biopics? Masters Origins. That's interesting. So you're talking about biopics where we would, get actors to portray these people, portray Shakira, Pat Morita, Hal Ashby in these kind of 25-minute shorts. That's interesting. That's interesting. I don't know how much of a story you could tell in 25 minutes when it comes to in the biopic style. That's the one thing that people criticize the biopic model for being, is it's too rigid and traditional, and you get it's kind of the same story every time. It's the classic rise and fall, the rise to fame, the fall, and then and then perhaps the re-rise again back to prominence. They got to pick themselves back up. We've seen that in so many biopics, especially about musical acts and stuff like that. So I'm more of a fan of non-traditional biopics, which this kind of sounds like it would be. I know I'm curious because Danny Boyle is making his biopic about the Beatles, or biopics rather about the Beatles. I'm curious how that's going to go, because that seems like a lot similar to this, where we're getting like individual biopics about different people. I'm curious how that's going to go. I am very curious. So, and then Acres of Movies asks, "Have you seen Once Upon a Crime?" I have not. Oh, excuse me. Acres of Movies also says, excited for network and for you to discuss so many things. Would you like to see a stunt show for Starship Troopers or Crawl? Starship Troopers. I think Starship Troopers um needs to have a little bit of a comeback in relevance. What's ironically is that movie I think is more relevant now in modern times than I think when it came out, 30 years ago. So I would like a little Starship Troopers revival, not necessarily a new movie or a new show or new animated, because they've done all that actually. But perhaps just like a reintroduction into the overall conversation of things with Starship Troopers. Because it is so satirical, specifically satirizing fascism and things like that, things that are still relatively prominent in our world today. So I would be curious to see what the reaction would be. Oh, on the internet, it'd be crazy. What the reaction would be to, just people talking about Starship Troopers now. And then, um, Anchors of Movies also says any new network special features. I will be getting to that. The reason why we'll be getting to that is because I have my old Blu-ray here that I took off my shelf, and I want to compare it to the new Criterion to see what we do get for new special features. I've had this in my collection for like 15, maybe over 15 years. And I'm so glad that Network is finally getting a remastered, restored, re-release with new special features, hopefully, and all kinds of new stuff. It's honestly one of my favorite movies of all time. I think it's one of the best movies ever made, personally. I think Sidney Lumet was an absolute master. Patty Chayefsky, I think, is one of the best screenwriters of all time. What I've always wanted is there are collections that you can get in book form of Patty Chayefsky's screenplays, and Network is in those collections. And I've always wanted to get those just to have them. I don't have a lot of screenplays. Basically, I would buy screenplays if I went to thrift stores and I saw them, or some people would give them to me because they found them in thrift stores. Some I did buy straight up brand new. Like, what did I buy? Like did I buy the Dark Knight trilogy screenplays? I bought the before. It was Before Sunrise and Before Sunset uh, screenplays. I bought the Godfather screenplay. A couple of others I have off in a bookshelf over there, but I want some Paddy Chayefsky screenplays. I think he's one of the best screenwriters of all time. I mean, also somebody to learn how to write screenplays from too. The best way to learn how to write screenplays is to read screenplays. That's the advice I would give to people. Um, Especially when it comes to just look at the structure, and on all that stuff. When it comes to screenplay writing, a lot of it is learning the structure of it all, which is always got, you know, made me frustrated. Have Because I'm such a perfectionist when it comes to things that if I don't know the structure, if I don't know the beat by beat structure of how to like, oh, this is how you introduce a new character talking. This is how you introduce a new character coming into the scene. This is how you do dialogue back and forth and all this kind of stuff. And if I never could be able to narrow down that structure, it would bother the heck out of me because I'm such a perfectionist in my mind. But that's just me going on and on about things. So we did Warner Archive. We did um, Eureka. Now let's do Imprint. Why not? So Imprint has like a plethora of their Asian film releases. Not only do they have their Imprint Asia bundle for February, they've also got 3 Golden Princess releases as well. They're starting their Golden Princess releases. So, little recap here. Golden Princess When you hear that terminology, think of the Hong Kong films from the 80s that you've either heard of or that you know and love already. Think of John Woo, think of all of those stuff, Ringo Lam, and all these things. So recently, we all know that Shout Factory got the rights to the Golden Princess library, and they've been putting out their releases of Hard Boiled and A Better Tomorrow and The Killer, all this kind of stuff, and City on Fire as well. So they've been putting out their releases. They sold the rights. Well, yeah, they sold the rights to put out UK releases to Arrow in the UK. So Arrow is putting out their own releases. Those are the ones that I'm waiting to get. Those are the ones that I'm waiting to get personally. And then now we go geographically down to Australia, and now Imprint has apparently acquired the rights to put out Golden Princess releases in Australia. So we've got United States in Shout Factory, UK with Arrow, Australia with Imprint. So there's plenty of these movies now to go around, which is amazing considering that a year ago or 2 years ago or however many years ago, there weren't a lot of high quality releases for these movies. Honestly, there weren't really any. So now we're getting high quality release after high quality release of the same movies, but at least we've got a variety of where of everyone can get whichever one they want, whichever version they want. Heck, you can get them all. If you can afford to get the Imprint and the Shout Factory and the Arrow release of the same movie, go ahead. Go ahead, live it up. Live it up. So, let's start. Boy, let's start with that. So, their Golden Princess February releases are City on Fire, Peking Opera Blues, and then a box set of a Chinese ghost story trilogy. Now, we've already talked about the we've already talked about City on Fire. We've already talked about Peking Opera Blues here on Chasing Labels because, like I said, I covered these movies when they were released by Shout Factory. So let me click on these and just to get an overall sense of special features and stuff like that. Let me just see here. I probably should have done this earlier. So let's see. City on Fire is the first Golden Princess title to join the Imprint Asia collection. This excuse me. This exclusive steelbook is housed in a limited edition hardbox with a 60-page hardcover booklet featuring brand new essays. Um, rediscover the classic 80s action crime drama fully restored from the original camera negative in Dolby Vision on 4K UHD and on Blu-ray, loaded with special features. Now, so it's a 2-disc set plus the hardcover book. Is a new audio commentary by film historians Frank Zhang and F.G. DeSanto. New Burn It Down interview with screenwriter Tommy Sham. New Hong Kong Confidential Inside City on Fire with author Grady Hendrix. New Some Like It Hot interview with film historian Rick Myers. New Burning Rivalries interview with film historian Kim Newman. More special features to come, essentially. I'm very man, I don't want to do this for all of these because if I start this trend, I'm going to lose my mind. I wanted to do a little comparison here. Let's see, so City on Fire. So the Shout Factory release is already out, and the Arrow release is coming out December 1st, which is actually next week. Jeez, just became aware of that. So quickly, I'm scrolling down. Oh, brother. So this has all of those special features. I just let me open this over. Hold on, I'm going the wrong way. I'm trying to move some panels around. I'm still good. I'm still streaming. Okay. Just moving some tabs around to make it easier to look comparison wise. So everything I just read off on the imprint release for City on Fire, including the audio commentary, those are all carryovers from the Shout Factory release. Yep. Yeah, those are all carryovers. So if you get the Shout Factory release or if you have it already, you already have all of these special features. Yep. Okay. Just wanted to do a little side by side comparison just so that people have a little sense of the difference of these two. So now let's move over to Peking Opera Blues, shall we? Let's see. This is also getting a steelbook release. So the classic Golden Princess action comedy Peking Opera Blues joins the Imprint Asia library. This exclusive steelbook is housed in a limited edition hardbox with a 60-page hardcover booklet featuring brand new essays by artist slash film essayist Darren Wheeling and film scholar Wayne Wong. Rediscover the classic film fully restored from the original camera negative in Dolby Vision on 4K UHD on Blu-ray loaded with the special features. Uh, yes, this movie is directed by Sui Hark, who did Once Upon a Time in China, Twin Dragons, Double Team. That's an interesting credit to give him. uh, let's see. I already talked about the movie, so let's get into the features. This is a 2-disc set and the hardcover book. There's a new audio commentary by film critic James Mudge. An opus for Peking, starring in a Sui Hark classic interview with actor Mark Chang, new and operatic achievement interview with cinematographer Ray Wong, Hong Kong Confidential Inside Peking Opera Blues with author Grady Hendrix, Peking Provocations interview with author and critic David West on the cinema of Sui Hark, and new Peking History Blues, Professor Lars Laman on the setting and time of a Sui Hark masterpiece. Now, let me go over to see what the Shout Factory release has. My guess is it's going to be um the same, hopefully. Just let's see. Yep. Same special features. Yep, same exact special features. Okay, so you're not losing anything, you're not gaining anything, but um there you go. So I wanted to see Yeah, I wanted to see if that Ghost trilogy, let's see, a Chinese ghost story trilogy had been released here. I don't think it has. We've gotten so many like supernatural ghost stories. Maybe we did. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Okay. So a Chinese ghost story trilogy did get a release. So I did talk about it. Okay. It got released actually October 28th of 2025. So I did talk about it. Yep. Okay. So Imprint's kind of just reprinting or putting out their own versions of what we already have here. Let's see. The cult classic Golden Princess horror trilogy comes to Imprint Asia. This exclusive 3-disc Blu-ray steelbook is housed in a limited edition hardbox with a 60-page hardcover booklet featuring brand new essays by film critic slash author David Chu and film historian Sam Deegan. Let's see. Producers Sui Hark, Supernatural Fantasy, eh, brought supernatural fantasy back to the big screen with a Chinese ghost story, an acclaimed series of films that has left a lasting worldwide impression on ghostly cinema and ghoulish tales. So you've got all 3 movies. Let me see. Now, where am I going to go? What sucks now that Shout Factory doesn't have a website is I've got to go and look. Um, I got to go and like hunt down a list of special features for this release. Let's see, go over to there it is. Oh, okay. Okay, we're back at it again. Okay, so I had to go over to groove.com because that's where Shout Factory is encamped now with all of their titles. Um, but honestly, I'm just going to let me read off what we've got here for special features. So for a Chinese ghost story, we've got a 1080p high definition presentation on Blu-ray from a new 4K scan of the original camera negative, new audio commentary by film critic James Mudge, a Leslie Chung story, Hong Kong's Eternal Icon, and that's it. Okay. Now let me see if Group has an awful, awful format for the way they list special features. Like it makes me want to cry. It's so terrible. Hmm. Interesting. Actually, let me go back. Let me see. I could go. Actually, there are actually other places for me to go to see. Oh, here they are. Okay. I did. I went to the forums over on Blu-ray.com. I love how I'm just doing this on the fly, just completely eliciting dead air on here. Um, yeah. So the commentary with James Mudge and then Leslie Chung story, Hong Kong's Eternal Icon. Those are carryover special features to the imprint release. Yeah. So and then let's see, a Chinese ghost story 2, 1080p high definition presentation on Blu-ray from a new 4K scan of the original camera negative, new audio commentary by critic James Mudge, a new story of a sequel, interview with author and critic David West, archival interview with composer James Wong. Let's see if those are indeed the same. Yep, same. Yep, same exact ones. And then we've got a Chinese Ghost Story 3, and you can probably bet your bottom dollar that it's going to be the same exact special features. So, audio commentary by film critic James Mudge, third time lucky interview with author and critic David West, archival interview with composer James Wong, archival interview with martial arts director Wen Bun, and this also coming from a 1080p high definition presentation on Blu-ray from new 4K scan of the original camera negative. And let's see, yep, third time lucky interview with author and critic David West. You got those other two archival interviews as well. Yep, it's the same exact special features for all of these. All right, so that's their Golden Princess February bundle or their Golden Princess February releases. City on Fire, Peking Opera Blues, A Chinese Ghost Story. If you have the Shout Factory releases already of these three, you have everything. You've got the movies. Um, the only difference is the packaging. I hear they're coming with like steel books um and the booklets that of course Shout Factory doesn't have, but you're getting all the same on disc content. So if you it all depends on how much you care about what's in those booklets and how much you care about packaging. But let's go to their Imprint Asia line from February, and we've got Farewell My Concubine, Lust Caution, and Tai Chi Zero. Now, Farewell My Concubine is a 4K UHD release, and there is already a 4K UHD release here in the US from Criterion. I know because I have it, and I know because I've watched it. That's how I spent my Friday night. I spent my Friday night doing a double feature of Farewell My Concubine and Eyes Wide Shut. So I did a Criterion double feature of two like 3-hour movies, or near 3-hour movies. Uh, both, yeah. Wow, how long is Farewell My Concubine? It's like 164 minutes. Actually, let me get my copy. Hold on. Um, so Farewell My Concubine is 171 minutes. That is 2 hours and 51 minutes. And then you had Eyes Wide Shut, which I followed it with. That is 159 minutes. So if you want to ever hang out with me on a Friday night, That's what I'm doing. I'm watching really, really long movies, really excellent movies, mind you, because Farewell My Concubine is an amazing movie. Um, this movie I had heard about, oh goodness, years ago. I had heard about this movie probably like 15 years ago, and I wanted to get it, but at that time, I believe it was only available on DVD, and it was, like I said, incredibly long movie. It's, it it's just a lot. To me, it felt like a movie I had to wait to prepare myself to watch. Like, I wasn't quite ready as a cinephile. I wasn't quite ready as a movie fan. I had to build a catalog, build a resume in order to watch Farewell My Concubine. This was a big hit, I believe, at the 1993 Sundance, not Sundance, but just the um film festival circuit. And yeah, this is an excellent movie. This movie, yeah, it's probably one of the best movies I've seen this year in general. In general, um, and I'm really glad I bought this. So this was like a semi blind buy for me and blind buy watch. And yeah, this release from Criterion is also very good. It looks really really good too. But let's see what the special features are for Farewell My Concubine. Let's say a breathtaking opus of intimate passion, unbridled color, and timeless frailty of love. Director Chen Cage's Farewell My Concubine is a breathtaking opus of intimate passion, unbridled color, and timeless frailty of love. Now joining Imprint Asia on 4K UHD with a brand new Dolby Vision grading in a limited edition release. So, I can tell you right away that the Criterion did not have any HDR, didn't have HDR10, did not have Dolby Vision. And so that's already a difference between these two. If you've never seen this movie, there's a little synopsis here. That's good. It won't take too long to read it. Two boys meet at an opera training school in Peking in 1924. Their resulting friendship will span nearly 70 years and endure some of the most troublesome times in China's history. Yes, so this movie is a sprawling film, sprawling in terms of time, where we go from from the 1920s, like all the way up to not quite modern day, not like 1993, but we go all the way up, I think, into like the 1970s or 1980s. And so it's a sprawling multi-decade movie, and it centers around the relationship between these two boys, or these two people. By the time we get to them later on, they're full-grown adults. From 1924 to from the time they're kids all the way through their lives. And yeah, it's a fascinating movie, and the backdrop of the movie is all of the, like, tumultuous times in China's history in the 20th century. So in the 1920s, um there's just a lot going on. it's just a it's so hard to so if you don't have a context of China's history in the 20th century, um you may not get a lot of the references, but there's a lot that goes on in here. Like, China goes through a series of civil wars, um, to the point where, of course, like, communism takes over China in the 1940s and 1950s, and is kind of the stabilizing government all the way through to today. But there's a lot of things that go on there. Cultural revolution of the 60s, all kinds of stuff. It's fascinating. If you ever have the time to look up the history of China, it's sprawling, and there's a lot that's going on in the last century. But this movie is incredibly small and intimate within the giant framework of that backdrop of all of these historical things happening. What you have here is this relationship between these two people, and how it's ever changing, how it goes from good to bad to good to bad. Just like fallouts where they don't talk to each other for years, and it's all set around them putting on this opera performance called Farewell My Concubine. And this movie's dealing with a lot of themes too. A lot of themes of not only friendship and relationships, but sexuality, sexual identity, androgyny, and stuff like that. It's really, really good. But political themes are in there, of course. But yeah, My Farewell My Concubine, honestly, is probably one of the best movies of the 20th century. It's really good. Um, it's I would compare it if you like the movie The Last Emperor. The Last Emperor, which is the Bernardo Bertolucci film, that would pair up really well with Farewell My Concubine. Um, it's similar in tone. You got to be very patient with it, but man, it's a hell of a journey. A hell of a journey. Let's see what we got here for special features for it. Let's see. Let me get rid of some of these tabs so I don't have too much open. Um, let's see. It's a 2-disc set plus the hardcover booklet. We've got disc 1 is just the movie in 4K with a new Dolby Vision / HDR presentation, restored from the original 35mm camera negative. And let's see. Yeah, I just want to see if the Criterion mentioned any of that. I can tell you, like I said, the Criterion does not have the HDR. Let's see. For special features on disc 2, we have a new interview with film critic Tony Raines, the making of Farewell My Concubine featurette, and that's it. And that's it. Wow, 2 special features for this glorious movie. Now let me go over to Criterion to see what they have for special features. Okay, so Criterion has new conversation between Chinese cultural studies scholar Michael Berry and film producer Janet Yang. Documentary from 2003 on the making of the film. Interview from 1993 with director Chen Cage, conducted by journalist Charlie Rose. So neither release really has an overabundance of special features. Uh, damn shame. Damn shame for a movie that I feel is so good. Um, but with the imprint release, you do have a new interview with Tony Raines. With the Criterion release, you do have some other archival stuff. I think you both editions get the making of the movie. And that's about it. And but the imprint does have the hardcover booklet, which is 60 pages long, and it has essays by film scholar Grace Hahn and author film critic Walter Chaw. So you get that. But let's move on from Farewell My Concubine to Lust Caution. Now, Lust Caution is an Ang Lee film. It's an Ang Lee film that I actually have on DVD and I've never seen. I know that Kino has put out an edition of Lust Caution. Actually, let me get that up right now because I want to compare the special features for the two. Lust Caution. For some reason, I thought I had bought Lust Caution and upgraded my DVD to Blu-ray, but apparently I have not yet. So let's see if I'm going to be getting the imprint release or if I'm going to be getting the Kino release. We will find out very, very soon. Okay, so Lust Caution. From 2007, renowned director Ang Lee brought Eileen Chang's 1979 novella to the big screen in 2007 with Lust Caution, awarded the 2007 Golden Lion for Best Film at the Venice Film Festival. During World War II, when Shanghai was occupied by the Imperial Japanese Army and ruled by its puppet government, a group of students plot to assassinate a high-ranking official, Mr. Yi, using a honey trap. Wang Jieji, and posing as a seductress, is drawn into a dangerous game that will ultimately determine her fate. Starring Tony Leung Chi-wei, Tang Wei, Joan Chen, and Li Horn Wang, the film also won several Golden Horse Awards, including the Best Film and Best Director. Oh goodness! I'm just reacting to the fact that there is 2 special features currently listed. Titles of Deception, Lurid Affections featurette, and B-roll. It says more special features TBC, so maybe there will be more. But the Kino release has about the same. It's got Titles of Deception and Lurid Affections. This archival program was also included on the Korean release of Lust Caution. It focuses on the film's conception and narrative. Included in it are clips from interviews with Ang Lee, Tony Leung, and Joan Chen, amongst others. Runs about 17 minutes long, but the Kino release does have a new audio commentary with film historian Annie von Muller, discusses the narrative construction of Lust Caution, the multiple meanings of different scenes, appearances, and attitudes, the shifting nature of the truth, the film's visual style, the use of music, etc., etc. So, I mean, I don't know, but both of them are not really blowing me away with the special features. I can tell you that. And and the imprint release just says 1080p high definition presentation on Blu-ray. So I don't think it's from a new restoration or scan or anything like that. It's probably the same one that Kino used when Kino put out their release. Yeah, when did they put it out? In 2021. So that's pretty much my guess. So that's Lust Caution, the Ang Lee film. If you're an Ang Lee fan, buy the movie, I guess, any way you can. And next we have Tai Chi Zero from 2012. I know nothing about this movie. From the creators of Ip Man and Detective D comes the martial arts epic Tai Chi Zero. Lu Chan, a gifted young martial artist, arrives in the legendary Chen village seeking to learn Chen-style Tai Chi, but is rejected by the villagers. But when a figure from their past returns, threatening to destroy the village with a steam-powered machine and a railroad project, Lu Chan becomes the village's last hope. Uh, there you go. Sounds like a little Seven Samurai situation going on, if you will. Uh, Yet again, nothing much in the way of special features. We just have behind the zines featurette, and that's it. Okay, not much there, not much there at all. So that is it from Imprint. We've got their Golden Princess releases of City on Fire, Peking Opera Blues, and A Chinese Ghost Story. Those are coming out in February. We have their Imprint Asia releases from February with Farewell My Concubine, Lust Caution, and Tai Chi Zero. Okay, now let's move on, shall we? Um, let's see what we have next on the list. Actually, let me get rid of some of these. Okay, I just want to get rid of some of the clutter of certain things. Let's see. Where was I looking? Oh yeah. Ba-ba-ba-bum. I'm gonna save Criterion for last. So we did Imprint, we did Warner Archive, we did Eureka. Let's see. There's okay. Let's go to Kino. There we go. We'll go to Kino. Now, was that Kino? Okay, we'll go to Kino now. Okay, let me scroll down to where we left off of last time in the previous episode of Chasing Labels, or the spy number of Chasing Labels. Let's see. We left off with here we go. So there is a James Garner movie coming out called A Man Could Get Killed, starring James Garner, Melina McCory, Sandra Dee, Tony Franciosa, Cecil Parker. Came out in 1966. I don't let me get the synopsis for this. Let's see. Let me go to my Letterboxd. Let's see. So, an American businessman visiting Lisbon gets mistaken for a British secret agent who stole some diamonds. As a result, he has everybody in Lisbon after him. So, I'm assuming the main guy is James Garner, and everybody's after him because they think he's somebody who stole some diamonds. Sounds like the Alfred Hitchcock Wrong Man scenario, if I ever did hear it. I do want to check the movie out eventually. I do like James Garner a lot. Uh, yeah, so I'm going to be checking that out. There's nothing in the way of special features or anything. It just says coming soon on Blu-ray, not even a release date. So nothing when it comes to a man could get killed. Next is another movie that says coming soon. It's called House of Cards, starring George Peppard and Orson Welles and Inger Stevens. Now let me get the synopsis for this one as well. You would be surprised how many times the title House of Cards comes up when you search for it. Let's see. House of Cards from, I think this is the one I'm looking for, from John Gierman from 1968. Now this is the one, George Peppard. So In 1960s Paris, an American boxer stumbles upon an international fascist conspiracy that aims to create a new world order. I do like me some George Peppard. Anything starring Orson Welles or Orson Welles in it, I'm automatically interested in. He's one of my favorite people in cinema history. Um, and I feel like George Peppard is such an underrated actor. I know Quentin Tarantino is a big fan favorite of his. There's a whole George Peppard box set that I think Imprint put out a couple of years ago. Um, so that's just a little extra George Peppard for you. He was also in. He's in Breakfast at Tiffany's. Yeah, he's in Breakfast at Tiffany's. Probably the most well-known movie he was in. So let's see. That like I said, that is only getting a. Yeah, it only says coming soon on Blu-ray. Nothing. No features. No date. Let's move over to in the Door on the Floor. Now, The Door on the Floor is a movie from 2004, and I remember seeing this movie like 20 years ago, probably on premium cable TV, HBO, Showtime, Cinemax, one of those. It's a movie starring Jeff Bridges, Kim Basinger. I think those are the two prominent ones. John Foster, Mimi Rogers, Elle Fanning, um, and Bijou Phillips. So, um, I I haven't seen this movie in so long. Like I said, 20 years ago. So let's see what we have here for special features or just description. Screen greats Jeff Bridges uh, and Kim Basinger give stellar performances in the spellbinding adaptation of John Irving's best-selling novel. A Widow for 1 Year, The Door on the Floor chronicles one pivotal Long Island summer. Oh, I think the novel is called The Widow for 1 Year. Yeah. So The Door on the Floor chronicles one pivotal Long Island summer in the lives of famous children's book author Ted Cole, Jeff Bridges, and his beautiful wife Marion, Kim Basinger. It is the provocative, tragicomic story of the one couple's emotional journey into a world of daring sensuality and stunning honesty. Co-starring John Foster, Mimi Rogers, Bijou Phillips, and a young Elle Fanning. They credit her with being in Sentimental Value, which is a brand new movie that's only actually getting like limited release as of now. Like it's only in limited release now, but people probably know Elle Fanning for being in other things. She just did a Criterion Closet video, great Criterion Closet video. Writer director Todd Williams' film has been praised as extraordinary in every way, from the pitch perfect performance to the delicate handling of explosive subject matter. That's a quote from Peter Travers from Rolling Stone magazine. Um, yeah, I remember this movie dealing specifically with um, like infidelity and the relationship between this married couple kind of eroding due to various circumstances. That's all I remember about it. Like I said, I haven't seen the movie in probably 20 years. So that's The Door on the Floor. Interesting title. Next up here from Kino, we've got three Agatha Christie classics. I've already talked about these movies, so I'm not going to like re-talk about them. They're all Agatha Christie adaptations. These have all recently gotten, I think, a 4K box set release from Studio Canal. Kino is releasing them individually, and I'm pretty sure it won't be the same when it comes to special features. So you're going to have to do a little bit compare and contrast. Typically, Studio Canal puts out a better edition than their US counterpart in terms of the abundance of special features. Usually, the restorations and the picture quality may be the same, but Studio Canal gives you more special features. So we've got um, Death on the Nile, we have the Evil Under the Sun, and we have The Mirror Cracked. They're all getting 4K UHD releases from Kino. So if you like your Agatha Christie, if you're a big fan of Murder on the Orient Express from the 70s, or even the Kenneth Branagh ones, um, then this is obviously for you. Next is a movie I actually hadn't heard of until watching it really for the show. And this is the movie House Calls from 1978, starring Walter Matthau, Glenda Jackson, Art Carney, Richard Benjamin, Dick O'Neill, Brad Dexter, Gordon Jump. Now, half of those actors I don't know, but I know Walter Matthau, I know Glenda Jackson, I know Art Carney. I know who they are. This movie is directed by Howard Zieff. He directed Private Benjamin with Goldie Hawn. That's probably a movie many of you are aware of. But this movie is interesting. This movie is a romantic comedy, but like for elderly, I don't want to say elderly, older. It's an older romantic. It's a romantic comedy with older characters. Which is kind of a lost art. It's not really a subgenre that's utilized a lot now. It was utilized more in the 90s and in the 2000s. I'm thinking of what's the Diane Keaton and Jack Nicholson movie? It's it's remember it's this movie is very similar to that. Oh boy. I've been trying to figure out which actor to look it up to see which would be easier to find. So let me look up Jack Nicholson's filmography because I feel like it's one of his later films. Let's see. Yeah, it's definitely not there. Something's Gotta Give. This movie reminded me of Something's Gotta Give. The movie with Jack Nicholson and Diane Keaton. Um, Keanu Reeves is in that movie. Frances McDormand's in that movie. Jon Favreau, Amanda Peet. What a cast! What a cast! Directed by Nancy Myers. But anywho, this movie House Calls reminds me of those types of movies, and because you got this older couple. To me, Walter Matthau was never young. No matter how far back in time I go, Walter Matthau to me is always going to be an old actor. I don't know why he gives off that vibe. Like I even go back to like the early 1960s with Charade and see Walter Matthau in it, and he still looks old to me. And that was so many years ago. But the movie House Calls. Let me get the while I'm on IMDb. Let me look it up and get a synopsis for you guys. Just makes it easier than me just rambling and describing it to you, which I'm probably going to end up doing anyway because I can't help myself. Charlie is a surgeon who's recently lost his wife. He embarks on a tragicomic romantic quest with woman after woman until he meets up with Anne, a singular woman closer to his age who immediately and unexpectedly captures his heart. So obviously that woman and character of Anne is portrayed by Glenda Jackson. And yeah, so Walter Matthau was like this older widower. His wife literally died like I want to say within months. Like the one thing about this movie is that like he moved on from his wife incredibly fast, which I don't know if it's supposed to be comedic or weird or odd. Yet again, I'm looking at from a modern day relationship perspective and not one from the 70s. But like within a very short amount of time, it's established in this movie that Walter Matthau is a bit of a ladies' man, and like he's just like kind of doing like going out with random younger women and doing like one night stands and dates and stuff like that, and he's like I said, he's kind of a player, kind of a ladies' man, which already in and of itself for Walter Matthau is kind of crazy, but we're gonna roll with it. We're gonna roll with it. Granted, he's like a well-known a doctor. He's got he's wealthy. He's got money, stable job. Kind of a catch. Kind of a catch. Um, and he ends up meeting this woman portrayed by Glenda Jackson and Anne, and he performs like jaw surgery on her, and he meets. Then he kind of like reconvenes with her like several months later, like just by happenstance, and they start getting into a bit of a romantic relationship with one another, and that's the movie. And yeah, I kind of dug it. It's interesting. It's Walter Matthau in the late 70s being in a romantic comedy. There you go. Um, let's see. Well, I'm curious what the special features are going to be. I'm hoping we get a at least a commentary or something. I don't know. It just says coming soon on Blu-ray, so it could come out next year. We could be talking about this movie a year from now. Again, who knows? Next, though, is a movie that people really did not like if you go to Letterboxd and look it up. This is a movie starring the one and only River Phoenix. It's called A Night in the Life of Jimmy Reardon. It stars River Phoenix, Ann Magnuson, Meredith Salinger, Iona Skye is in the movie, Matthew Perry is in the film. And this is Matthew Perry's, I think, first movie he was in, which is fascinating to me. Obviously, with the his recent passing tragically, of course, people know Matthew Perry most predominantly for being in Friends in the '90s and into the 2000s, but he was in several movies. Several movies I actually kind of have. Um, yeah, he was in several movies. But this is a young coming of age movie with River Phoenix, which on paper sounds good, but the movie's kind of a mess. And when looked it up on Letterboxd, people were giving it low ratings. Like I'm talking 1 star, 2 star out of 5 ratings for. And I'm like, for a River Phoenix movie, this sounds kind of nuts, because River Phoenix is a beloved, actor. He is one that people remember very fondly. I've talked about him several times. He was quite a prodigy. Quite a prodigy. If you've ever seen My Own Private Idaho, if you've seen the movie Dogfight, a lot of stuff. He was in Young Indiana Jones. River Phoenix was going to be a massive star. He was already a star, really. But this movie is considered not amongst one of his best. Came out in 1988. Let's see. Let me get the uh, synopsis for you guys. Let's see. What's the title of the movie again? Is it Night in the Life of Jimmy Reardon? Yeah, A Night in the Life of Jimmy Reardon. Let's see. A charming womanizer must find a way to get $80 to elope to Hawaii with his one true love, or else go to his father's chosen business school. That's kind of the premise, but really not. Like, yeah, that's like his goal, but that's like the MacGuffin of the movie. The MacGuffin of the movie is he wants to get a plane ticket to go to Hawaii, kind of for no real reason other than just to do it. This movie really has no real reason for anything that happens in it. It's just about River Phoenix's character being a young, like freshly graduated high school, like 18-year-old kid doing what 18-year-old rather immature kids do, you know, hanging out with friends, talking about girls, being like womanizing girls and stuff, being immature and misogynistic and all this kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And this movie's plot is all over the place, tonally all over the place. And doing some research into this movie, I can understand why. Okay, so here is the reason why. So the director of this movie is called William Reichert, and he wrote the book that this movie is based on, and he wrote the screenplay for it and directed the movie. And basically he's disowned the theatrical cut of the movie. I think the studio took it from him and then cut it down to make the movie not the way he wanted it to be. So he kind of like disowns the theatrical cut of this movie, and to the point where he actually went and released his own director's cut of the movie on DVD years and years later after the movie had come out already. So let's see. Um, and apparently River Phoenix hated the movie as well. I'm just checking out the IMDb trivia for it. It says here that River Phoenix was reportedly embarrassed by his role in this film as it marketed him as a teen heartthrob. Phoenix wanted to be taken more seriously as an actor and not a celebrity. And that's kind of what the movie is. Like, he's like this teenage heartthrob kid who's, like I said, just getting all kind of antics. So the movie's narration was originally performed by director William Reichert. I can tell you it's not in the theatrical cut. 20th Century Fox decided the movie would be better geared towards a teen audience, and Reichert's narration sounded too grandfather-like. After much debating with Reichert, River Phoenix was brought back over a year after the film wrapped to record the narration that would replace that of Reichert in the final cut. As you can see, issue with the studio and the director. And I wanted to see, because there's something here. Yeah, because he ended up re-releasing the movie years later with a new title. Hold on, let me go to Wikipedia and get the title of the movie. or the original, because he actually switched it back to the original title of the book, and that was the director's cut of the movie. So yeah, so it says, oh, also known as "Aren't You Even Gonna Kiss Me Goodbye?" So "Aren't You Even Gonna Kiss Me Goodbye" is the title of not only I think the original book, but it's the title of the director's cut of the movie, or the more preferred cut by the director. Now the question becomes this. That's the questions becomes this. Does Kino include the director's cut and the theatrical cut of the movie when they put this movie out? We shall see. Yet again, we have no details about A Night in the Life of Jimmy Reardon, other than that it's coming soon. That's all we've got. That's all we've got. Uh, yeah, so if you're a River Phoenix purist or big fan and you want to see everything from River Phoenix, or if you want to own everything from River Phoenix, I guess you have to own this movie as well, even though it's not great. It's fascinating because I feel like there's a good or better movie in there. I just don't know if the director's cut is better. It was nice to see a lot of these young actors that I would then go on to recognize later on in their lives, like Matthew Perry, like Meredith Salinger, like Iona Sky. Um, yeah, but I'm just fascinated by this movie. Actually, I'm more fascinated by the making of the movie and the movie itself than the quality of the actual movie. But it's a River Phoenix film. But let me check some comments here because I saw some rolling in. Let's see. Bum, 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 bum. Go back to where I was before. Let's see. So, Acres of Movies asked, "Do you like Red Sorghum?" I don't think I've seen that. Acres of Movies also asked, making of movies anthology, 20 minutes for The Graduate, 20 minutes for French Connection, 20 minutes for Husbands and Wives, 20 minutes for Black Cauldron." Okay. Um, Yet again, that's really tough to compress 20 minutes into a making of. But if I had to choose one of these that I would want to see, Black Cauldron, because I don't think there's just much about the making of Black Cauldron, where I feel like Husbands and Wives and The French Connection, people have talked about those movies forever, as well as The Graduate. Um, yeah, so I would say The Black Cauldron, just because I don't think there's a lot on it. Plus, you could also include that on a Black Cauldron Blu-ray, even though I think there's one already through the Disney. It was the Disney Movie Rewards library or something. Acres of the Movies also says make Bill and Zoolander movie, then make Ted and Hansel movie, and then cross over them with sequels. Okay. So crossing Bill and Ted with Zoolander and Hansel from that would be interesting. That's like a few years ago. How they wanted to make a 21 Jump Street and Men in Black crossover movie. Don't know how they would have done it, but I would have loved to have seen it. So Acres of Movies asks, as far as movies in my career, I can only put in sales efforts for one of these upcoming horror movies at EFM. I have to choose soon. Many have great concepts, etc., and I will choose in the days ahead. Okay, let's see. That is one called George Peppard, Orson Welles, A Man Could Get Killed. Yes. No. This is a House of Cards. House of Cards is the one with George Peppard and Orson Welles and Inger Stevens. Have you seen Gypsy Moths? Should that get a special edition? I've not seen Gypsy Moths. Acres of Movies. You bring up all the movies I've never seen, but I have to add to my list. A Door on the Floor is Nadine Reteam. I enjoyed that one. I saw it at Los Feliz 3. Oh, when it came out back in '04. Okay. Let's see. Um, Illuminator Pro. Nice to see you back once again. What's up, man? If you have any more detailed thoughts on Eyes Wide Shut, um, do I have any more detailed thoughts on Eyes Wide Shut? I was actually thinking a lot about what I said last night. It's tough to get into the nuances of a transfer and not be talking like in a foreign language to people, because a lot of people don't know like the nuances of transfers and picture quality and bit rates and all that kind of stuff. It's hard to break all that stuff down. What I was trying to get across last night, I don't know if I really did, is that I kind of trust the cinematographer more than I trust kind of what an old Blu-ray looks like. I know that's kind of wild to say because I don't think like neither of them could be accurate to what Kubrick wanted aesthetically for the movie, but I feel like the Blu-ray, I feel like the 4K is a better quality. You know, it's just better quality. And at the end of the day, when it comes to my personal preference for what I want for my collection, is I want better quality. And I didn't mention this last night. Th- um, this comes in the original aspect ratio. The old Blu-ray is not in the original aspect ratio. The old Blu-ray is in 178 to 1, and the original aspect ratio of Eyes Wide Shut is 185 to 1. And as a uh, aspect ratio aficionado or someone who prefers, the most accurate possible of aspect ratios, I gotta lean more towards the news thing, just out of principle, I guess. Just out of principle. They did that with a lot of movies that came out on Blu-ray in the 2000s where they were framed at 178 to 1 versus 185 to 1. And I think the reason why they did that is because if you have a widescreen television, the full on dimensions of a widescreen television is 178 to 1. So they wanted people to be able to utilize the entire screen of a widescreen television, because back in the 2000s, widescreen TVs in the home were brand new. You know what I mean? Like they were just starting to come out. So they really wanted to showcase widescreen televisions, and they didn't want people to be seeing any black bars on the top and bottom, because if you have a 185 to 1 aspect ratio movie in a 1781 to 1 frame, there's going to be a slight black bars on the top and bottom. You may not even notice them, if you're not looking. Especially if you're far back enough, you will probably won't even notice them, but they're there. They're there, and sometimes that bothers people. To me, I don't care, but that's the way I want it to be. But the full widescreen frame is 170 to 1, so they put a lot of movies in that aspect ratio when it's not accurate. So yeah, I forget to mention that last night. I thought about that afterwards. Um, Lumiere Pros is planning to grab the Blu-ray tomorrow. Cool. I gotta get to this. I may not get to my Barnes and Noble this week, so I may just order it online. Um, because the holidays Thursday, Black Friday is Friday. Going out on Black Friday, if you have social anxiety like myself, is hell on earth. It's hell on earth. So I may just end up just ordering because I wanted to get Hell's Angels, the Howard Hughes film. I still have to get No Country for Old Men, um, just because that talk about a movie from Blu-ray from the 2000s that needed an upgrade. That and There Will Be Blood both needed upgrades, so we at least we got one of them so far. Um, let's see, Illuminator. Let's see. Um, Illuminator Process. I know Jimmy Reardon, weird movie, but I love River. Yeah, I think that's the thing. Is like if you love River Phoenix, you're going to be willing to watch the movie, even if the movie's not great. Like structurally, it's kind of all over the place, but it's an interesting coming of age movie in the same realm of a lot of other coming of age movies of its time. Big Mess. Yeah, Illuminated Process, Big Mess. Very true. Running on Empty is excellent. That's the Sidney Lumet movie. For those of you listening, there is a Warner Archive Blu-ray of Running on Empty, with River Phoenix. Judd Hirsch is in that film. That movie is excellent. I came in at the right time. Love what you're talking about. Thank you, Illuminated Pro. Is the director's cut available? I believe it's available on DVD because I think the DVD is around. I don't know if it's still in print. That's what I have to check. Let me check. I would have to check the DVD. Um, let's see. Bum. Aren't You Even Gonna Kiss Me Goodbye? I think that's the title of the DVD. Let's see if it's even in the database over on. Hmm. Let's see. We go. I'm just. So it doesn't come up when I type in "Aren't you even gonna kiss me goodbye?" So I guess I gotta type in Jimmy Reardon. It says "A Night in the Life of Jimmy Reardon" doesn't even have a DVD. Okay. No, it doesn't have a Blu-ray, but it has a DVD. I don't know. I should have done some research in this. Looks like the DVD is out of print just for that movie. The DVD came out 25 years ago. Holy heck! So Kino's really rescuing this movie from the the grave, the grave of home media. So yeah, it's not even it's the DVD is out of print. So this is going to be kind of a big time release for River Phoenix fans. But anywho, let's switch gears, literally switch gears here from Night in the Life of Jimmy Reardon to The Mechanic, starring Charles Bronson. A not only that, but it is a 4K of The Mechanic, starring Charles Bronson. This is a movie. He has 100 ways to kill, and they all work. The iconic Charles Bronson is at his no nonsense best at the star of this action drenched tale of an expert hired killer, dignified um, of a killer. Dignified wealthy Arthur is a mechanic. Is a mechanic in quotes, a professional assassin who fixes things for all the powerful organizations. For the all powerful organization. A man of refined taste, his method of engineering death are limited only by his boundless imagination. His specialty is doing every job differently and always making his kill look like an accident. Bronson is perfect as the consummate hitman with his rugged, brooding self assurance. Yeah, it's. I'm going to say this: if you watch Charles Bronson movies, especially Charles Bronson movies of the '70s, check them all out. Um, yeah, so we've got a 2-disc edition here for the mechanic. For disc 1 is brand new HDR Dolby Vision Master from a 4K scan of the 35 millimeter original camera negative. There's a new audio commentary with film historians Steve Mitchell and Troy Harworth, an audio commentary with film historian Paul Talbot, audio commentary by cinematographer Richard H. Klein. So you get 3 audio commentaries. Okay. And then disc 2 is the movie on Blu-ray with the same transfer and the same 3 audio commentaries, and you get an interview with screenwriter Louis John Carlino. So The Mechanic, if I do recall, has already gotten a Blu-ray release from Kino or from somebody. I remember seeing people have it in their collections. So, okay, so it did get it looks like a Twilight Time release in 2014, and then a Scorpion releasing in 2022, and now it looks like it's getting a Kino release. I'm assuming next year at this point. Yeah. Yep. January 2026. January 13th is The Mechanic on both Blu-ray and 4K, depending on which format you prefer. So the movie is getting, yeah, it's been released. This is the 3rd release in the last 10 years, pretty much. Last 11 years. Of course, this movie was remade in 2011 with Jason Statham. I consider Jason Statham the modern day Charles Bronson. He's kind of doing all the same roles that Charles Bronson did, you know, 40, 50 years ago. It really is all the same roles. Um, is really, really good. Let's see. Where was I? Get rid of this. Okay, so moving on from The Mechanic with Charles Bronson, we've got a movie that is finally coming out. So let me actually look this up. So we have Guillermo del Toro's Mimic. Now, this movie was announced that they were working on it like 2 years ago. Yeah. So in October 31st, 2023, Kino Lorber announced that they were working on Guillermo del Toro's movie Mimic. They were going to be putting out a release of it. And then nothing for 2 years. They didn't nothing, no news about it. My guess is that Del Toro's been super busy making Frankenstein, that he didn't have the chance to assist with the making of this release. So they had to basically wait for his schedule to open up. Um, that's my guess because Guillermo del Toro is heavily involved with physical media of his movies. He is a collector just like us. He is incredible. Um, he's done what, 2 Criterion Closet videos, I think, at this point. Um, but yeah, he's a massive physical media collector. He loves Blu-rays and 4Ks and DVDs. Big time collector. Big time collector. I find that to be more commonplace amongst a lot of filmmakers than I thought. Like we've talked with Sean Baker here on Chasing Labels twice, and both times it's been about physical media because he's a big time physical media buff. And of course, his movies have gotten um, Blu-rays and 4K releases from Second Sight, from Criterion. That's why he came on here. Actually, was to talk about his Criterion releases. Uh, yeah, which reminds me, I need to get his release. I need to get the Second Sight release of the Florida Project. That's one of the releases I've been most wanting to get, and yeah, I got to get that before the end of the year. That that just popping in my head while we're talking. Um, but where was I? Oh yeah, Mimic. So finally, Mimic. Now this is a 3-disc release, a 3-disc release from Mimic. And Mimic has come out a couple of times. Excuse me, in the past. Let's see, when did Mimic come out? Because I know it's in many people's collections. So let's see, it got a Blu-ray release in 2011. And it's been re-released a couple of times over the years, like in 2018. In 2020, it got released in the 3-movie collection of like the Mimic and like the Mimic sequels. But what you want is, of course, the original, first Mimic film directed by Guillermo del Toro. And it's finally coming out on January 13th, 2026. And let's see what we have here for details on it. So, like I said, 3-disc set, disc 1, brand new HDR Dolby Vision master of the director's cut, approved by Del Toro. There you go. He had to be involved. Audio commentary by Guillermo del Toro. Here we go. All my reasonings are coming to light. So, disc 2 is the 4K UHD release of a brand new HDR Dolby Vision master of the theatrical cut, approved by Del Toro. And there's a new commentary on that theatrical cut by horror cinema expert Arn Venema and cinema author Stephen Hammond. And then the 3rd disc is a Blu-ray of the director's cut and the theatrical cut. It's got the Del Toro commentary for the director's cut. It's got that same director's cut. It's got that same theatrical. It's got the same audio for the theatrical cut, and there's a video prologue with Guillermo del Toro, Reclaiming Mimic featurette, a Leap in Evolution featurette, Back into the Tunnels featurette, 3 deleted scenes, 6 animated storyboards, gag reel, and a theatrical trailer. So this is a pretty big time release. What a way to kick off the year, actually, in January with this nice 3-disc release of Guillermo del Toro's Mimic. That'll go nicely with, Nightmare Alley and Pinocchio. Hopefully, cross your fingers, people, that we get Frankenstein at some point. With it being a Netflix movie, who really knows? But Pinocchio was a Netflix movie, and it got a Criterion release. So you never know. If there's anybody I have faith in for getting a movie out in physical media, it's Guillermo del Toro. So let's see. Let's move on to, what's the next one I've got here? Oh, Hold That Blonde. So let's switching gears up from Mimic to Hold That Blonde from 1945. Let's see. Brand new HD masters from a 2K scan with 35mm fine grain. New audio commentary by film historian / writer Julie Kurgo and writer / filmmaker Peter Hankoff. Optional English subtitles. Okay. 76 minutes long. So this is a fun, light comedy starring, oh goodness, it stars Eddie Bracken and Veronica Lake. Yeah, this movie's fun. I watched it, and it's a breezy 76 minutes. Very breezy. So Eddie Bracken, for those of you who don't know him, I believe he was the owner of the toy store in Home Alone 2, Lost in New York. I believe that was Eddie Bracken. I could be getting that completely wrong. But if you don't know him from that, he was also in the movie Hail the Conquering Hero and Miracle at Morgan's Creek. And he stars in this movie as Ogden Spencer Trullo III, a wealthy kleptomaniac who turned to stealing when he was spurned by a girl. His psychoanalyst advises him to find another girl for a cure, so he fastens his interest upon Sally Martin, played by the incomparable Veronica Lake, who, of course, is one of my all-time favorites. Actually, I love Veronica Lake. She was in Sullivan's Travel. She's in The Hour Before Dawn. She's in The Glass Key. She's in yeah, I think is she in the Blue Dahlia? Can't remember. But oh, she's of course in I Married a Witch. She's the witch in I Married a Witch. Ironically, the inspiration for Bewitched, which I talked about earlier here on Chasing Labels. So yeah, and this movie is kind of like a romantic, I would say romantic comedy. Yeah, I would say romantic comedy. Let's see. She happens to be engaged upon helping some crooks steal a valuable necklace. Complications include two scantily attired individuals, one of them drunk, clinging to the the cornice of a skyscraper, and a large band of thieves in pursuit of the precious jewels. So Eddie Bracken is like this absent-minded kleptomaniac who is like his psychosis of dealing with this rejection of the woman that he was with is to like just absentmindedly like steal stuff, and he happens to like steal stuff from the wrong people. Or I think he happens to steal stuff that other people want to steal, like these diamonds, and they go after him for it. And he ends up getting involved with Veronica Lake, who's involved with those guys. It's a whole thing. It's fun. Like I said, it's a breezy 76-minute romantic comedy movie with Eddie Bracken and Veronica Lake from 1945. I dug it. I dug it. Coming out January 13th. And speaking of comedies, we've got another British comedy here, and this is called Man in a Cocked Hat or Carlton Brown of the FO. Now, FO stands for Foreign Office. This has a brand new HD master from a 4K scan with 35 millimeter camera negative. New audio commentary by film journalist Lawrence Lerman. Now, this is, I believe, yeah, I think part of the Bolting Brothers comedies. Yes. So, Man in a Cocked Hat, also known as Carlton Brown of the FO, is a classic Cold War satire from the Bolting Brothers, who did I'm All Right, Jack, and Heavens Above, two other films that Kino's putting out, featuring an uproarious Peter Sellers performance. He was in a bunch of their movies too. When valuable mineral deposits are discovered on the forgotten British colony of Galardia, the Foreign Office sends bumbling envoy Cadogan de Vere Carlton Brown, who is portrayed by Terry Thomas, to investigate. But while negotiating with their gleefully corrupt Prime Minister, Amphibulus Peter Sellers, Carlton Brown is convinced to split the tiny island in half, sparking a revolution that leads to an international nuclear showdown with the Russians. Can the Empire's most disastrous diplomat now restore relations before the Cold War comes to a boil? So, this movie is a British comedy that's a satire of the Cold War while the Cold War is going on. It's fine. I dug it. Some like humor is the most subjective genre of all of them. Some of it works, some of it doesn't, depending on your preference. Really does. Sometimes these British comedies work for me, and sometimes they don't. It really all depends on the style. But I love Peter Sellers as an actor, so I always, watch any of his movies I can when I can. So that was my rationale for watching this. Now these Bolting Brothers comedy British movies that they reference, these do get a lot of really nice deluxe releases from Studio Canal in the UK, which we do talk about here on Chasing Labels from time to time. So keep an eye out for those. If you prefer more deluxe packaging, if you prefer more special features, Studio Canal puts those out very much. For example, like the Lady Killers is one of them, I believe. That has a much more deluxe release in the UK than Kino put out here. Although Kino did put out a nice 4K release, so I just wanted to make sure people know that. I do. Okay, so there's some. So I've got Illuminator Pro S. Do you have Columbia Classics volumes? You talk about the big box sets. Yes, I've got two of them actually. I'm looking at them right now. They're right there. I actually keep them here on this table because I have no other place to put them. They are gargantuan and they are not shelf friendly in the slightest. So I've got. Let me get them actually. I've shown them off a few times, but why not? We'll do it again. Um, They're also not light. I would love to go back and get some of the earlier ones. I mean, you can find them. The problem is you have to go on eBay and spend like you have to sell your life savings to get them. Hold on, I'm trying to make some room over here for them, so I'm not holding on to them for dear life. Please excuse me as I bumble around one-handed trying to move Criterions around. Um, Move them there. Move my phone over there. Move these next to me. So I've got volumes 3 and 4. Yes. Okay. Okay. So to answer Illuminator Pro, and I guess if anybody else is interested as well, I do have the Columbia Classics 4K Ultra Collection volume. I'm assuming these are what you're talking about. Let's see. Yeah. Illuminator Pro kind of hits the nail on the head of what my rationale was early on. Is that Illuminator Pro says I really just want select films from each set. I can't afford that in totality. I don't even have a 4K player. LOL. Yeah, if you don't have a 4K player, then there's no point of getting these. The only reason why I have 3 and 4 is because they were marked down like absurdly cheap. Like absurdly cheap to the point where like it would be dumb not to get them. So I don't know what it was with these two volumes. If maybe they just weren't selling as well as the early volumes, or people were just not interested in them as much as the early volumes. But like Amazon would randomly mark these down to like absurdly cheap prices to the point where it would be like less than $10 a movie. Like it was like in average. And I was like, I gotta get them. So I got three. I got volume 3, and I've got volume 4. Um, Gives me a reason to remember that I have to get. I think there's another volume of these. But I think volumes 1 and 2 are out of print. Um, Actually, let me check. Just out of curiosity's sake, Columbia Classics. That's a nice back catalog. Let's see. So there is a volume 5 which came out last year, and that one is still like expensive. That one's still like well over $100. That's well expensive. I'm hoping like that would be something you should put on a Black Friday deal, like 50% off. I know I'm like that would be something that would be nice. But that's just me doing wishful thinking because this movie, like this one's got titles that I know of, but I don't think any regular cinephile has the same type of resume of movies of recognition than I do. Um, yeah. So, but I understand what Illuminator Pro is saying. Is that was my rationale early on? It's like, oh, I'm just gonna wait to get them individually. And to be honest, a lot of the early titles and even some of these, I already had the movie, so it didn't make sense for me to rebuy them right away. You know what I'm saying? That's also something I fight with in my head as a collector personally. Is it a do I already own this movie? Therefore, how much do I value upgrading it? What are the values of upgrading this movie from a Blu-ray format to a 4K format? How much better does it look? Are there new special features? Is there a new restoration, new remaster? All these things I have to plot in my head, and then a price also gets involved too. Where you have to be like, okay, that's a good value for this upgrade. Like that's cheaper than I spent when I bought the Blu-ray. That also factors into it too. That's just things that go through my head on a daily basis when I look at prices and things like that, just to see the fluctuation and whatnot. That's why you know um, when Criterion is on sale. when Criterion is on sale, um, I tend to load up because you do save quite a bit. And it's not like these are absurdly expensive on a regular basis, but it's always nice to save some money here and there, especially in this economy. Why not? $5 is $5 at some point. So yeah, but yeah, I do have, like I said, I do have these Columbia sets. I know people who have all of them, and I'm just like, I'm kind of envious of those guys. But I still want the early ones because those have movies that I want, specifically A League of Their Own. A League of Their Own has finally been re-released on 4K by itself. So I have to wait whether to just, try to track down the set, the big old set, or just get it by itself. Taxi Driver, I've had so many times. I've had so many times, so I can wait to get Taxi Driver. It's my second favorite movie of all time. So I I'm going to get it again eventually. But where was I? Oh yeah, we're still doing Kino, aren't we? Yeah, that's so that was the Peter Sellers. Well, he's in the movie, but that's Man in a Cocked Hat or Carlton Brown of the FO. I have to say, Man in a Cocked Hat is such a dumb title. It has nothing to do with the movie. Carlton Brown of the FO is a character in the movie, so maybe that makes more sense. But um, yeah. So speaking of a movie that I don't have but really really want, and I think is this only getting a Blu-ray release or is this getting a 4K release? And that is the movie Sabrina, but not the original one with Audrey Hepburn. I'm talking about the one from 1995. The one from 1995 starring Harrison Ford. And who else is in this movie? It's Harrison Ford, Julia Ormond, and Greg Kinnear. Uh, if you want to talk about a movie of a remake of a movie that is beloved, that I think is actually very good, this remake of Sabrina I think is really really good. And yeah, it's only getting a Blu-ray release, which is kind of a shame. I kind of wish it was getting a 4K. But we have Sabrina from 1995. Um, Brand new HD masters from a 4K scan with 35 millimeter original camera negative. New audio commentary by film historian slash writer Julie Kurgo and writer slash filmmaker Peter Hankoff, and that's it. So we just get an audio commentary, and that's about it. But if you if you're not familiar with the Sabrina story, love is a funny thing, especially when Harrison Ford, Julia Ormond, and Greg Kinnear formed the warmest, winningest romantic triangle ever. This 1990s update of the play Sabrina Fair and its 1954 Billy Wilder adaptation was directed by Sidney Pollack. Okay. And shimmers like a fairy tale. Ford plays Linus Larrabee, a busy tycoon who has no room for love in his appointment book, but when a romance between his playboy brother and Sabrina, daughter of the family chauffeur, threatens one of Linus's business deals, the CEO clears his schedule for some ruthlessness. He courts Sabrina, intending to drop her when the deal closes. Will the world's only living heart donor discover his heart? Of course. But like the best journeys, the fun isn't just the destination, it's getting there. So, yeah, I love the original movie Sabrina. It's one of my favorite um Audrey Hepburn films of all time, one of my favorite Billy Wilder films of all time. But like I said, this movie is a worthy remake. Like I really like it. I think it's somewhat underrated, I think, in my opinion. But like I said, I kind of wish it was getting a 4K release, but I will happily take it on Blu-ray as well. Um, yeah, yeah. Let's see. Illuminated Process, Taxi Driver, and Jerry Maguire. Jerry Maguire is a movie that I do need to get an upgrade for. So because I have the original Blu-ray, and they did a remastered Blu-ray actually that I wanted to get my hands on and just never did. And then the 4K came out, so I'm like, oh, guess I don't need the remastered Blu-ray anymore. And that's the game we have to play nowadays as collectors, as we've got to play the game of the waiting game essentially because there's several movies that I'm currently waiting on to upgrade actually from DVD to Blu-ray because I'm like, is it going to get a 4K release? And one of the biggest ones of that is another, I think, Sony film, and that is the movie Ali, the Oliver Stone, no, the Michael Mann film. Sorry, the Michael Mann film with Will Smith as Muhammad Ali, the biopic. I want to buy the Blu-ray, but I have a feeling any day now that a there's going to be a 4K release announcement. Why, you ask? Because a bunch of other Michael Mann movies have already gotten 4K releases, so that's kind of one of the odd movies out. So we've gotten a 4K release of Heat. We've gotten a 4K release of Collateral. We've gotten a 4K release of Black Hat, of all movies. So why not do another Michael Mann movie in Ali? And also, while you're at it, do a Michael Mann 4K release for his movie, The Insider, which I think is also super underrated and gets overlooked and overshadowed by Heat. We do need a remastered 4K re-release of The Insider. Really good movie. Really, really good movie. Um, Illuminator Pro asks favorite Christmas films. Um, is it too easy to say "It's a Wonderful Life" is my favorite? It's one I watch every year, as many people do. Um, Home Alone, something from my childhood. I This is gonna be a hot take. I like Ron Howard's Grinch movie, the one with Jim Carrey. I watch that every single year. Granted, it's now celebrating its 25th anniversary, I, which is kind of nuts to me. Let's see, what else is there? Um, there's so many. Oh, there's um Christmas Vacation, classic. Let's see, there's Home Alone 2, Lost in New York, maybe not as beloved as the first film. People constantly debate Die Hard. I watch it. Why not? Coincidentally, we will be doing Wednesday. We will be doing a live stream of our unwatched pile episode, and we will be talking about like holiday noir films. So prepare to have us talk about Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. Um, Technically, Lethal Weapon is a holiday. You could say noir. Yeah, it's got saxophones in it. It's a noir film. Why not? Neo noir, you could say. But I've got to look up some other ones. Um, I jokingly brought up the movie Reindeer Games with Ben Affleck. Not a great movie. But it technically takes place during the holiday season. Is a holiday noir. Um, it's dealing with more of a heist movie, to be honest. But Eyes Wide Shut does technically take place around the holidays. It does technically take place. The Grinch, no. Depending on your age, that movie is either beloved uh, or is wildly hated. Really, depending on your age. I don't know if I'm within which age bracket I am in. All I know is that I think it's much more maligned than it should be. It is literally a Dr. Seuss book come to life in all of its grotesque weirdness, oddness, ugliness, everything ways. Dr. Seuss's books, if you read them, they are odd and weird as hell. They introduced surrealism to children without children realizing what surrealism is. Um, in my opinion, yeah, it's kind of nuts. Um, um, yeah, we did a whole video actually on our favorite holiday films years ago. I think it may have been. I don't know if it was in the previous iteration of the podcast called um the Cinema Discovery Project, or if we did it last year with the Unwatched pile. Uh, I'm pretty sure we've talked about it, but we will be talking about holiday films. Um, Tomorrow, Wednesday, in a way. Like I said, holiday noirs. Let's see, where was I? Let me get through these Kinos. So, Kino's putting out another one of their Kino cult films. This is their sub label, or their subline, whatever you want to call it. This is called The Flesh and Blood Show, Kino Cult number 43. It's got an audio commentary with film historians Kat Ellinger and Martin Conterio. Flesh, Blood, and Censorship, an interview with Pete Walker by Elijah Drenner. Interviews with actress Jenny Hanley, actor Stuart Brevin, and third assistant director Terry Madden by James McCabe. Um, I don't know anything about the movie because I didn't get a chance to see it. Um, so we'll just move on. That's coming out January 20th. There's a movie called Scott Joplin that's coming out in February of 2026. I'm just moving along. This stars Billy D. Williams. Art Carney is in the movie as well. Um, Directed by Jeremy Kagan, who directed The Big Fix. And then we have the movie High Low Country. I'm just speeding through these just for the sake of time. The High Low Country, starring Woody Harrelson, Billy Crudup, Patricia Arquette, Penelope Cruz, Cole Hauser, James Gammon, and Sam Elliott. Oh wow, that's a cast. Produced by Martin Scorsese, directed by Stephen Frears. Okay, so this is kind of a must own for me. I have a Stephen Frears section. Stephen Frears did the movie The Hit, which is excellent. Dangerous Liaisons, The Grifters, High Fidelity, and The Queen. Um, I think he's a great director, Stephen Frears. So that's the movie High Low Country. Next, we've got a movie called The Rolling Stones, Let's Spend the Night Together. This is a concert film directed by Hal Ashby from 1983. This is a 4K UHD edition, 2 discs. It's got 4 brand new UHD/HDR master, so no HDR on here. Audio commentary by Justin Souza, host of Hang Fire, a Rolling Stones podcast. Audio commentary by entertainment journalists as authors Brian Reisman and Max Every. The second disc, the Blu-ray disc, it has a brand new has the movie, those 2 audio commentaries, and that's it. So this takes place during the 1981 arena tour for the Rolling Stones, and it's directed by Hal Ashby, who directed, of course, Harold and Maude, Shampoo, Coming Home. Hal Ashby, one of the best ever, in my opinion. Such a great director. This features like a lot of their classic hits for the Rolling Stones. If you're a Rolling Stones fan and you want to, watch them perform 20 of their songs in various arenas during this 1981 tour. If you like the Martin Scorsese documentary Shine a Light on the Rolling Stones, that pairs up with this. If you like his documentary Take This Waltz, that pairs up with this as well. If you just like concert movies in general, this one's for you. It's not really a documentary. There's no interview footage. There's nothing like that. It's just performances shot very, very well by Hal Ashby. So that's coming out January 20th. And that's it. That's it for Kino. Okay. So let me go back to my notes and see where else we have to go. Oh, we have another list of movies, but I'm going to go through them rather quickly. And that would be on Severin. I say quickly, and I'm probably lying like a son of a gun. So Severin is having their Black Friday sale, as they have every year. And then every single year, they reveal their titles that they're going to be coming out with on said Black Friday during said Black Friday sale. And there's about 15 of them. We talked about one last time because they had announced one by the time Chasing Labels Spy number 177 was on. So I figured, hey, I might as well sneak it in there. But now we've got like 2 through 15. And some of these I've seen, some of these I haven't. So I don't have much to say on them. All I can say is that I trust Severin to put out good stuff. Severin puts out good stuff. We've had one of the producers and people who work over there, Andrew Furtado, who's from my state. We were in this, ironically, as we were in high school at the same time, but in different parts of the state, in different schools. And yeah, didn't even know it. But Andrew Furtado has been a guest here on Chasing Labels 4 times, and he works over at Severin, and they put out really, really good quality stuff. Like I just said, one of my favorite releases of all time from Severin is probably their release of Blood for Dracula, the Udo Kier film. Once again, rest in peace, Udo Kier. This is the 4K UHD 3-disc edition. It's got the UHD disc, it's got the Blu-ray disc with special features and the movie and a CD soundtrack. This was one of my first, I think, ever buys from them, and still one of my favorites. Just beautiful work from over at Severin. So I trust them putting out good products. I really, really do. They're one of the boutique labels that really, you can tell the people who work there are incredibly passionate about the movies that they put out and about the product that they put out, in my opinion. So really good stuff. Blood for Dracula is a cool movie. Illuminated Pro says Blood for Dracula, cool movie. Yeah, I talked about it earlier because Udo Kier just passed away. So I brought out my editions of Blood for Dracula and Flesh for Frankenstein. Uh, so in a way to memorialize Udo Kier and his passing. But let me go over to the Severin Facebook pages where they've been revealing, at least where I've seen the revelations. Yes, he is in My Own Private Idaho. So Udo Kier is in a lot more movies that people know of that you wouldn't think he was in. He was in My Own Private Idaho. There was actually a picture I saw last night with him and River Phoenix in a scene together. So I've seen My Own Private Idaho, but it's been years since I've seen it. For those of you at the sale right now for Criterion and looking for something to buy My Own Private Idaho. It's well worth it. What a movie. Directed by Gus Van Sant. A young Keanu Reeves is in that movie as well. There's part of that movie that is a reenactment or retelling of Chimes at Midnight, the Orson Welles film, which I love a lot. There's a scene in there where they do like a beat for beat reenactment of a scene from Chimes at Midnight that I think is phenomenal. But Illuminator Pro, I brought up the fact that my introduction to Udo Kier was in Ace Ventura, which I'm pretty sure was a lot of young people's introductions to Udo Kier, where he just plays this absurdly rich guy in Ace Ventura. Yeah, it's good stuff. So let me see. So Severin Black Friday 2025 title reveal number 2. So we already did number 1, which was the Adam and Eve like Italian exploitation film from the 80s. So number 2 is this movie called North Sea is Death Sea, which is getting its North American disc premiere. Let's see. It's a 70s. No, it's a German film. The German film, it's actually a newer film. I couldn't find it to watch it, to be honest. Or is it from the 70s? Okay, hold on. From the writer-director Hark Bohm, co-founder of the 70s German New Wave collective Filmverlag Der Autoren with Wim Wenders and Rainer Werner Fassbender, comes this landmark hit about juvenile delinquency and outsider friendship. So yeah, this is from the 70s. I think it's from like 74, I want to say. So back in the 70s, there was a whole 70s new wave. I said it before, I will say it again. Everybody got a new wave phase in their film history. French new wave was the 1960s. The American cinema new wave was the 1970s. German new wave was also the 1970s. British new wave was actually, I think, the 1980s. That was kind of their revival. But anyway, everybody seemingly got a new wave type of form, and Germany, like I said, was the 1970s with Rainer Werner Fassbender, with Wim Wenders. And this movie was part of that new wave called North Sea is Death Sea. So 13-year-old Yu Wei, a magnificent screen debut by Brom's adopted son Yu Wei Baum, lives with his mother and abusive alcoholic father in a Hamburg housing project. But when he discovers that the Asian classmates he's been bullying are an equally powerful when his Asian classmates he's been bullying has built a raft from scrap wood, they devise a plan to run away together and sail to the North Sea. Oh, interesting kind of coming of age type of movie here. I wanted to watch the movie, but I couldn't find it streaming anywhere. Couldn't find it to rent anywhere. Couldn't find it at all. So luckily, this is coming out. This is getting a few special features. Introduction by the Golden Glove director Fatih Akin, working class and Wilhelmsburg director writer Hark Bohm remembers North Sea is Death Sea. Growing up on film, interview with actor with the I can't pronounce that. That's why I'm here. Interview with another actress. The Death King sails the Death Sea. Appreciation by necromantic director Jörg Budergreit. I'm butchering these German names. Booklet designed by Haunt Love, featuring an essay by Till Kleiner, director of Dare Samurai and Rare Stills and Promotional Items. Okay. Um, yeah, it's coming out on November 28th, which is Friday. North Sea is Death Sea. So let's move on from there to the next one. Just in the interest of time, I may not read. Oh, for example, I don't need to go into this one. A Bay of Blood. A Bay of Blood, which is the Mario Bava film. Um, I don't think this movie needs an introduction. I don't think Mario Bava needs an introduction. Um, an Italian horror maestro, if you will, a foundational horror director for many many people for so many reasons. But this is getting a nice release, a 4 disc release, so pretty definitive. I'm not going to go through all the special features here. Needless to say, you can check them out for yourself. But it's a 4 disc set. The fourth disc. Oh yeah, it's so they're all. I thought it was a CD sound. Oh no, fifth disc. Sorry, there's 5 discs. CD soundtrack is the fifth disc. So a Bay of Blood 4K UHD release from Severin, probably one of their most anticipated titles of the year. I would say it's Mario Bava. He's a big hit. So Severin Black Friday title number 4 is um the Crippled Masters. Now you may be wondering, hey, that sounds a little familiar. Didn't somebody put out a Blu-ray of that? Why, yes, they did. Film Masters put out a Blu-ray of the Crippled Masters, but Film Masters put out kind of not an official release. They didn't really get the official. They didn't get the official. Um, um, they didn't get like the original film elements to work with and stuff like that. Is kind of a more. It's not really kind. It's not an official release. It's an official release in the sense that they put it out, but it's not the official release for North America. For example, it says here the official North American disc premiere with 3 hours of long due special features. I talked about this movie before. It's a martial arts film from when was it? The 70s? Let me see. Yeah, from 1979. Two kung fu masters betray and cripple their partners, but they combine martial arts to seek revenge against their evil master. So what happens is, I think one person loses their arms and one person loses their legs. So they basically like combine together to form one fighting unit and to get revenge for the people that wronged them, against the people that wronged them. So that's the Crippled Masters. I really kind of like the movie. Just conceptually, it's wild and crazy. Like as a lot of martial arts films were in the 1970s and into the 80s. Just you kind of had to go with the insanity of it all. It is weird. Yeah, I think um Illuminator Pro kind of nailed it. I love it, but it is weird. Yeah, indeed it is. Indeed it is. Um I don't know if you were talking about the Crippled Masters or if you were talking about a Bay of Blood. Either way, that kind of applies to either of those movies. I love it, but it is weird. Um, you could pretty much say that a lot about Mario Bava's work in the '60s with Italian horror. Um, I got to get a lot of those films. I have such a lack of Mario Bava in my collection; it makes me sick. But let me go to the next title here. Because yeah, actually, let me finish up with Crippled Masters. So there's an audio commentary with Frank Zhang, co-producer of Enter the Clones of Bruce. Audio essay by cult cinema critic Lovely John. Unleash the Legends, the Godfathers of Kung Fu Distribution. Interview with Temple of Schlock's Chris Paggiali. Either way, yeah. So that's it for Crippled Masters. Let's see. Move up, move up. Oh, we got the movie Student Confidential. This is title number 5. Two-disc collection worldwide Blu-ray premiere includes the theatrical and director's cuts with 4 hours of special features. Jeez. In 1985, movie-obsessed entrepreneur Richard Horian, who made his fortune inventing a vinyl record cleaner sold at Kmart, wrote, produced, directed, edited, scored, and starred in the film that redefines vanity projects forever. With a cast that includes Eric Douglas, the son of Kirk and brother of Michael Douglas. Wow. Marlon Jackson of the Jacksons, Susan Scott, who was a Playboy Playmate of the Month in May of 1983, as troubled high school students, along with Oscar nominee Ronnie Blakely from Nashville, and a deliriously sincere lead performance by Horian himself. Um, the Counselor was retitled and re-released in 1987 by Troma Entertainment to scathing reviews and savage dismissal. Nearly 4 decades later, this misunderstood masterpiece of auteurism can now be experienced on 2 discs with a theatrical and director's cut scanned in 4K. No one else is putting this out. this, this is a Severin release through and through. So disc 1 is an audio commentary with the director Richard Horian, moderated by filmmaker Nicholas McCarthy. Richard Horian revealed interview with writer, director, producer, everything. Richard Horian. Richard acquired taste. Lloyd Kaufman on Troma's theatrical pickups of the 80s and 90s. That's fascinating. Have you ever seen a interview with Lloyd Kaufman? It's quite entertaining. The Making of Student Confidential, and then on disc 2 is the Vanity Project 6-episode podcast about Richard Horian and the Making of Student Confidential, featuring ambient video created by filmmakers Nicholas McCarthy, Graham Resnick, and Zena Gray. Wow. You're not going to find this stuff anyplace else. That's the one thing with Severin. Damn. So that's just a Blu-ray release. Holy heck. So of Student Confidential. So next we've got what's that? Razorblade Smile. This is Severin Black Friday title number 6. The North American UHD premiere 2-disc collection with 9 hours of special features. Damn. From award-winning writer-director Jake West comes his 4-star, wickedly sharp and damned entertaining, must-see cult classic feature film debut now in UHD for the first time ever. For skin-tight, black-clad, bisexual vampire Lilith Silver, being a professional hitwoman is all in a night's work. But when Lilith becomes hunted by the equally immortal Illuminati, she'll unleash her own war of bullets, bloodlust, and fanged brutality. That's all I need to hear. That's all I need to hear. And for special features, it's a 3-disc set. Yeah, there's the UHD disc, Blu-ray disc 1, and Blu-ray disc 2. And yeah, let's see what we got here. So the UHD, obviously you got the movie, and there's an audio commentary with director Jake West and production designer Neil Jenkins, archival audio commentary with director Jake West and actress Eileen Daly. Blu-ray disc 1, there's an audio commentary, same audio commentary from before, same audio commentary again, and then Vampires Forever documentary on 90s British vampire culture. And then disc 2 has just a plethora of special features. Yeah, it's just all special features. Wow, so that's when they said 9 hours, they meant 9 hours. That is Razorblade Smile. What a title. What a title. And then we've got Severin Black Friday 2025 sale release number 7. Reveal number 7. This is a box set of the Bronson Lee Za Karate Collection, the worldwide Blu-ray premiere, the legendary trilogy on 2 discs, plus the recut US version Bronson Lee Champion. Following their international success with Sonny Chiba's The Street Fighter series, Toei Company signed Japanese-American 8th degree black belt karate and Kobudo champion Tadashi Yamashita for a new action trilogy in which Yamashita's rugged looks and ferocious skills are pitted against a murderer's row of actual competition fighters. So, yeah, it's a... So, in Za Karate, also included here in the recut English dubbed version on as Bronson Lee champion, Ohio farm boy Yamashita is targeted by mobsters when he dares to compete in Kyoto's World Championship. And Zakarati 2, the world's deadliest martial artists, are sent to kill Tadashi before he can avenge the theft of a priceless sword. In Zakarati 3, Yamashita must learn new fighting styles to defeat a global squad of kung fu assassins. Interesting. So it's 3 movies on 2 discs. So disc 1 is Zakarati slash Bronson Lee Champion on Blu-ray as an audio commentary with a ton of people. Um, and then there's a partial audio commentary with cult critic Lovely John. That's on the Bronson Lee Champion, the U.S. version of the movie only. Bronson Lee thespian interview with Tadahashi Yamashita. And then on disc 2, obviously you get Zakarati 2 and Zakarati 3. There's an audio commentary for each movie, and looks like Zakarati 3 has the Donnie Williams show interview with co-star Donnie Williams. Okay. Yeah. So that is number 7. That's Zakarati collection. Move on from there to number 8. Number 8 is the final program. Now I got to actually see this. 2-disc collection with 6+ hours of special features, including the first ever home video participation of Michael Moorcock. For more than 50 years, it's been called endlessly inventive, audaciously bonkers, and unlike any movie you've ever seen. Now experience the weird gem that needs to be celebrated in UHD for the first time ever in this premiere adaptation of a Michael Moorcock novel. Writer, director, production designer Robert West unleashes Moorcock's lethal dandy genius Jerry Cornelius and into a mind-bending conspiracy of mad scientists, pinball nuns, and immortal ambisexuals bent on world domination. um, let's see. Sterling Hayden's in the movie. So this movie is about so this movie starts out at a funeral, okay, where this Jerry Cornelius guy, his father was this like brilliant scientist, and he was working on like his life's work, and he dies, and people basically want his father's research, and they're after this guy Jerry Cornelius for his father's research throughout the rest of the movie. That's kind of generally what's it about. But weird, crazy zaniness ensues. Nutty things happen in this movie. It's a weird British sci-fi comedy, kind of sexual stuff in there as well. It's a crazy movie. It's something Severin would put out. There's an audio commentary on the UHD disc. There is another audio commentary, so 2 audio commentaries on the UHD disc. There's 2 audio commentaries on the Blu-ray disc, and then you have A Brighter Apocalypse, Performance Independent, From Pythons to Programs, Programmer of Immortality, Dark Moons and New Worlds, Androgynous Android, that's a video essay. You have archival interviews with some of the actors. You've got you have something here with Kim Newman called A Feast of West with Kim Newman. And yeah, this is another one that's so perfectly Severin. So that was number 8. I'm just going through these as quickly as I can just because we are hitting we had 3 hours yet? Almost 3 hours. We're almost at 3 hours. So if I'm just kind of going through these before I lose my voice. Next is I'm probably not going to talk about. It's called The Idiot Box. Yeah, I think it's a TV series. Yeah, it's called The Idiot Box. It was a sketch program on MTV in 1991 with Tom Stern and Alex Winter. I think this is what the movie Freaked was kind of born out of. If I do recall when I was doing my research for that release from Umbrella, I'm pretty sure this is what that is what this was born out of. Yeah, it is. Okay. So it's called The Idiot Box. It's 6 episodes of the sketch program on MTV from 1991. Sorry, I am slowly fading fast, energy wise. And next we have The Ghost, which I actually saw several months ago. I saw The Ghost back in August because I think they announced this was coming out at some type of horror convention or festival or something that they were going to be putting out the Ghost. So this is a 4-disc limited edition worldwide UHD premiere with 4 hours of special features, plus Italian horror of the '60s documentary and a CD soundtrack too. So I talked about this movie back in August or maybe early September. Um, this movie stars Barbara Steele. Um, in turn of the century Scotland, a young wife, Barbara Steele, conspires with her lover to murder her wealthy, paralyzed husband. But when the dead spouse's spirit returns, it will unlock a nightmare of spectral terror, sudden violence, and depraved vengeance. Yeah, that's the movie in a nutshell. But the UHD disc has 2 audio commentaries, one with Kat Ellinger. No, it has an audio commentary with Kat Ellinger, our friend here, Kat Ellinger, author of Daughters of Darkness, and there's an audio interview with Barbara Steele. Okay, and then on the Blu-ray disc, you get that audio commentary, that audio interview, and then another audio interview with actress Harriet Medine and Tim Lucas. And then let's see, Barbara Steele presents the 4K restoration at the Venice International Film Festival. That just happened, actually. And then you get Till Death Returns interview with Roberto Curti, author of Italian Gothic horror films. Wounds of Deceit, a video essay on Barbara Steele by Alexandra Helen Nicholas, author of 1,000 Women in Horror, 1895 to 2018. Our friend Alexandra Helen Nicholas. All right, and then there's a bonus Blu-ray which has The Executioner's Masks and Secrets, Italian horror of the 1960s. That's that documentary. Then another bonus disc, Musica de Massa compilation CD. So you get the CD, the compilation of music. That's a hell of a release. It's a hell of a release. That is The Ghost. So that's release number 10. And we have Retribution. Severin Black Friday 2025 title number 11, UHD upgrade of Retribution. So they put this movie out a couple of years ago. So I'm pretty sure it says now includes the unrated version scanned from the original camera negative with 3+ hours of special features. It says in 2021, Severin Films was proud to resurrect the gory, bizarre, and intense forgotten classic from co-writer/director Guy Magar on Blu-ray. But in 2025, our search of a Los Angeles lab vault led to the discovery of the unclaimed negative for the thought-lost unrated version. So they're re-releasing the movie with the unrated version included. Yeah. Yeah, what's interesting is that all of this, it doesn't really say what the movie's about, but that's fine. It's fine. But let's see, it's got a 4K UHD disc, it's got a Blu-ray disc. The UHD disc has an audio commentary by the director. Blu-ray, same audio commentary, and then a list of a bunch of all the same features, I'm assuming, from the old Blu-ray. Sorry, I'm fading. Let's see, number 12, UHD upgrade as well, and this is Looking Italian. Worldwide Blu-ray premiere. Several years after unleashing his horror classic Retribution, Guy Magar once again rolled the dice to create, produce, and direct the low-budget mob drama he described as a tribute to Martin Scorsese. Okay, which introduced an unknown Matt LeBlanc from Friends fame only months before landing his breakout role in Friends. Okay. Having survived a New York City shootout gone horrifically wrong, a former mafioso is now living a quiet life working in a Los Angeles used bookstore. But when his reckless nephew, Matt LeBlanc, gets involved with local gang culture, they're both dragged into an unforgiving urban jungle where fear is weakness, vengeance is destiny, and family bonds can never be broken. Okay. Let's see. Directed special features for Looking Italian, Direct in Italian, interview with the director, Guy Magar, archival interview with cast and crew, a bunch of people here, including Matt LeBlanc. Damn, nice. And then there's a Q&A with the director and the actors, and Matt LeBlanc as well. Oh man! Oh, this was at the 1994 Palm Springs International Film Festival. Okay, that makes more sense. For some reason, I thought like, wait a minute, Matt LeBlanc did an interview for this movie now. That would be an incredible get. But no, it's from 1994. That makes a lot more sense. I can imagine what it would cost for an interview with Matt LeBlanc in 2025 for a movie he did back in the early 90s before Friends. I could imagine that he would want some money for that. Um, yeah, so that is Looking Italian. Let's see. Ba, 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 ba. Number 13, where are you? Lucky number 13 is She Killed in Ecstasy. Okay. We're getting there. 2-disc collection, worldwide UHD premiere. First follow up to Vampiros Lesbos. A little sneak preview for the next one. I can tell you that. It's a Jess Franco film. Everybody gets a Jess Franco film. Everybody gets one. I think all of our major studios have put out a Jess Franco film that we've covered here on Chasing Labels over the years. Vinegar Syndrome, Severin, uh, everybody gets a Jess Franco film. So the Jess Franco delivered the drop dead gorgeous, stunning slice of eroticism that remains his most perversely iconic shocker of the 70s. Oh, that's tough to do. Now in UHD for the first time ever, in her greatest role in one of her final performances before her tragic death. The luscious Soledad Miranda stars as vengeful widow who seduces and murders the men and women responsible for her husband's suicide. All right, that's all I need to know. It's a Jess Franco film. It's a revenge film. It's 70s Jess Franco. There you go. There you go. So special features for She Killed in Ecstasy. You get the UHD disc of just the movie. No commentary on here. Damn shame. Blu-ray, you get Ecstasy and Rage, an interview with Stephen Thrower. Inland of Franco, Part 13. I'm assuming that's a long-running, multiple-part documentary on the work and life of Jess Franco. Jess Killed in Ecstasy, interview with writer-director Jess Franco. That's incredible. Sublime Soledad, interview with Soledad Miranda historian Amy Brown. And then Paul Muller on Jess Franco, interview with frequent Franco star. And that's it. But yeah, as someone who's just tangentially knows of Jess Franco, pretty much through the releases that I've had to cover here on Chasing Labels, one of the most unique directors you'll ever see. I can damn well say that. Are you living the single life as well? Why, yes, I am, Illuminator Pro. So, Andrew, Illuminator Pro says, are you living the single life as well? I am indeed, good sir. I am indeed. Or, person, am indeed. Illuminator Pro says, Illuminator Pro mentions Phantasm. What's interesting is that that's a movie I've actually seen all the Phantasm movies. I don't own any of them, but I've seen them all. The reason why I don't own any of them is because there's been so many releases of Phantasm over the years. I have to do some research into which one is the best one, just so I know which one to get. So that reminds me, I've got to take a look at the Phantasm movies. To me, I think the best Phantasm movie is the first one. It's really, really good. Have I fallen asleep in the theater before? Illuminator Pro asks. Yes, once. It was during the movie Jumper, the movie with Hayden Christensen that came out when was that? Was that 06, 05? Let me see. When did the movie Jumper come out? A movie no one ever talks about. Oh, 08. Wow, I was way off. Wow. So the movie Jumper, directed by Doug Liman, starring Hayden Christensen, Jamie Bell, Rachel Bilson, Diane Lane is in the movie, Samuel L. Jackson, Michael Rooker. What a cast. What a cast. Anywho, it's the only movie I've ever fallen in the theater and asleep for in the theater. And I've been to midnight screenings and I've seen 3-hour movies in the theater and I've never fallen asleep. For some reason, I was so tired while watching it that I just fell asleep for a couple of minutes and then I obviously woke up. But yeah, ironically, yeah, Jumper is so short. The thing is, it wasn't the length of the movie. I was just tired. Ironically, as I saw the Hobbit, the second Hobbit movie at midnight, which was Desolation of Smog. So I saw that at a midnight screening back when we had midnight screenings, and for early, the early midnight screenings, like the midnight the night before, Thursday nights, before they switched them to kind of like Thursday day screenings because of what happened with the Dark Knight, with the Dark Knight Rises. And I didn't fall asleep during that. I was trying. Well, those are those are my movies. Lord of the Rings is my favorite movie of all time. Um, so those movies are like so near and dear to my heart. All of them, even the Hobbit films, are near and dear to my heart. Um, it's something very personal with me. So yeah, didn't fall asleep. Also, it's kind of hard to fall asleep when you've got a dragon like flying around and stuff. It's really hard. um yeah, let's see, where was I? I was on a roll here. Oh yeah, Jess Franco. So now I think, yep, here we go. Here's the one that I'm most interested in, other than A Bay of Blood. I'm most interested in Vampiros Lesbos. See, do I have it here? Or did I put it? Hold on, it's got to be somewhere. I was looking around for something. I'm not quite sure. Anywho, oh no, I'm looking right at it. I'm looking right at it. So I'm most interested in getting Vampiros Lesbo, the Jess Franco film, because we had Sean Baker here on Chasing Labels earlier this year in June. I think we had him. It was either May or June, right after the Oscars and all that kind of stuff, and right when Anora came out. That's why I wanted to get it. So the cover here of Anora, the Criterion edition, is an homage to the poster for Vampiros Lesbos. So Sean Baker mentioned that in the special features on here. He mentioned it here on the podcast and on the show, and or when we interviewed him, I should say. I don't know what show I'm talking about, but anywho, so I watched Vampiros Lesbos, um, and I was like, and it's kind of like my favorite Jess Franco film, at least up till now, of all the ones I've seen, and yeah, that's kind of the reason why I want to get it. Uh, but Vampiros Lesbos 2-disc collection, the worldwide UHD premiere from Jess Franco, the filmmaker the Vatican called the most dangerous director in the world. You gotta love that moniker. Comes this legendary fever dream of blood and lust. Now in UHD for the first time ever, eternally stunning Soledad Miranda stars as a vixen vampire who lures women to a Mediterranean island to satisfy her insatiable hunger for female flesh. In a distinctive world of art and beautiful must see, that seductively corrupts the Dracula's mythos forever. They're really overhyping it here, but it is kind of all of those things. Um, let's see, the director himself. Uh, yeah, yeah, it's the Dracula mythos through the lens of sexually steamy, erotic Jess Franco film. Uh, Yeah, it's you truly have to see it to understand what the heck I'm talking about here. But on the UHD disc, audio commentary with Kat Ellinger, author of Daughters of Darkness, our friend, audio commentary with film professor Aaron Albashon and Oscar bait film collectives John Dixon and Will Morris. And then on the Blu-ray, you get both of those audio commentaries plus Interlude and Lesbos interview with director Jess Franco himself. Fever Dracula interview with Stephen Thrower, and The Red Scarf Diaries, a Jess Franco career appreciation by Academy Award winning filmmaker Sean Baker. There you go. I just said it. Uh, and then In the Land of Franco, Part 12. So I actually got to go check to see where are the other like previous 11 parts. Are they just? I'm assuming they're in each Jess Franco film that they've put out. So I got to go back to track down the other parts, just out of curiosity. Let's see, Sublime Soledad interview with Soledad Miranda, historian Amy Brown. Jess is Yoda. Interesting. Doesn't tell me what that says. um, yeah, that's Vampiros Lesbos. I really enjoy the movie. If you go onto Letterboxd, you'll see a lot of people talking about it as it being their favorite Jess Franco film, and I understand why. It's very, very good. Uh, but let's see that I think that's it for Severin, or at least is there more? Is there more? Oh, The Devil's Reign was announced. Out of my and that The Devil's Reign was the last one. Okay. Just for the sake of my sanity and the fact that I'm probably gonna lose my voice, we'll I don't need to talk about it. So that is it. But Severin once again is having their sale on Friday. Let's see. They have actually some details about their Severin sale here. So it's running from the sale begins at 12:01 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Friday, 11/28 through 12:01 a.m. Pacific Standard Time on Tuesday, the 2nd of December, 12/2. So keep that in mind. There's also several policies they got about like shipping and order placing and all kinds of stuff. Also, it's not every single title is not on sale. It's certain titles. Let's see. Yeah, it says I'll run this down while I'm looking at it. 10 brand new titles, sale exclusive bundles, 50% off SRP for most Severin Intervision title. Like I said, most up to 75% off on select Severin and Intervision titles. Box set Saturday, so box sets will be on sale on Saturday. Up to 50% off for select box sets. They made it. They put that in bold, and they like put stars around it. 4K UHD upgrade Sunday, and then brand new merch items are available as well. Stickers, all kinds of stuff. As Severin is prone to do. So I thought I would mention all that for all of you who are interested in the Severin sale. Every single year, people make a mad dash rush to Severin's website and Vinegar Syndrome's website as well for their Black Friday sales. Even before we started doing chasing labels here, I was aware of those sales and just the lore behind them, if you will. Um, let's see. What else? So moving on from Severin, what else do I have here? Oh, some individual titles here I want to talk about. Then we'll go to Criterion. Okay. What are we doing here for time? Oh, we're past the 3 hour mark. So, let's go to Hammer. So Hammer once again is putting out a nice release. Now, where in goodness' name am I gonna find this release? I should have done this before the show, but I guess you'll see me do this in real time. I gotta track down where to actually get the details. Oh, I may have struck gold. The movie's called Stolen Face, and it is getting a kind of big old deluxe edition like we've been seeing with like Curse of Frankenstein and all these movies from Hammer over in the UK. I just want to get some details on. Oh, thank goodness it's actually here. I don't have to hunt. So Hammer Films is preparing a 4K Blu-ray release of Terence Fisher's Stolen Face from 1952, starring Paul Henry, Elizabeth Scott, Andre Morel, Mary McKenzie, and John Wood. The release is scheduled to arrive on the market in early 2026. Let's see. The description of the movie is as thus: Philip Ritter, a philanthropic plastic surgeon, is jilted by Alice, a beautiful concert pianist. After a whirlwind romance, in desperation, he remakes disfigured criminal Lily in Alice's image. Oh boy, we got a little Vertigo situation going on here. But learns to his very real cost that beauty is only skin deep. Okay, it's kind of like Vertigo meets Eyes Without a Face. I'm digging it. Kind of digging it. I did not get to see the movie in time to really discuss and go into it here for the show, but I definitely kind of fascinated by that premise. So I want to definitely give it a whirl. So what else do I have here on my list? Treasure of Soviet Animation Volume 3, the short films of Yor Norstein. I may have misread that. Oh, spelled that. Let me go over to Deaf Crocodile's website, because Deaf Crocodile is the one putting them out, giving them a shout out. Let's go over to their shop and see what they've got cooking for this release, because they've already released 2 of these volumes. I think they're both sold out already. Let's see. Yeah, they're both sold out already. Okay. So let's see. Yep, the short films of Yuri Nostein. Wow, I butchered the spelling on that when I wrote it in my notes. You know what it is? It's the audio. It's the autocorrect because I do the notes for the show in my phone, and obviously we know that our phones have autocorrect on it, and they like for example, if you spell somebody's name, they're gonna correct it to a word. They they do all that stuff all the time, especially with a lot of the foreign titles that I talk about here, like the title Nori Yori Nostein is they my phone will recorrect it into the word your. So anywho, our third volume of the classic and rare Soviet animated gems from the vaults of, I can't pronounce that, is focused on the short films of legendary animator Yuri Norstein. The first ever US Blu ray release of Norstein's films features several rare shorts, new to home video, all newly restored by Deaf Crocodile and co presented with Seagull Films. Let's see, what do we have here? The 25th, The First Day, Seasons, Children and Matches, The Battle of, no, I can't pronounce it. Kurgenitz, the fox and the hare, the heron and the crane, hedgehog in the fog. That rhymes. A day before our era, the tales of tales, and that's it. And that's it. These all short films in Russian with English subtitles. And there are special features here. Let's see, Yuri Norstein making the overcoat from 2019. Um, it says 40 years ago, Norstein began work on an ambitious adaptation of Nikolai Kogel's The Overcoat, but after completing 25 glorious minutes of the film, the project stalled. A Japanese film crew visited Norstein's studio and found mountains of sketches, character studies, and shooting table covered with dust. When will this much awaited work finally be completed? Who knows? That's interesting. There's a new audio commentary tracks by film scholar Michael Brook. That's our buddy Michael Brook. New visual essay by film historian Evan Chester. New artwork by Beth Morris. Blu-ray authoring by David McKenzie of Fidelity in Motion. And then deluxe bonus content is a slipcase featuring new artwork by Haley Buck. 60-page illustrated book. New essay by Jenny Barker. New essay by John Atkins. New essay by Walter Shaw. All right. So that is the Treasures of Soviet Animation Volume 3, the short films of Yuri Nostein. Let's see, what else do I got here? Oh, I got a Fun City edition. Let me go over to Fun City's website and see if they've got it posted there. If they don't, then we will go to their Facebook page. It's been a little while since I've been over at Fun City. I got to catch up on their titles. Not from buddy Jonathan Hertzberg. So it's not. Also, I do got to go to their Facebook page. Fun City editions. Let's see. Let me scroll down to see if they've got. It's this movie called Patti Rocks. For anybody interested in what I'm talking about. Okay, when did they announce this? I'm going back to October. I am way off. I'm in Samsonite land right now. Let's see. I see the announcement. Where's the announcement for it? Let me go over to Blu-ray.com and see if they have an announcement for it. No, they do. Okay. So Patti Rocks. Okay, so Fun City Editions has revealed that it is preparing a Blu-ray release of David Burton Morris's Patti Rocks, starring Chris Mulkey, John Jenkins, Karen Landry, and David Turk. The release is expected to arrive on the market in early 2026. The description is Billy Regis, Chris Mulkey, a serial philanderer with an epically foul mouth, is less than delighted to hear that his downriver girlfriend Patti Rocks is pregnant with his child. To complicate matters, Billy has neglected to inform Patti about his wife and kids in Minneapolis. A frantic Billy persuades his straight-laced best friend Eddie Hassett, John Jenkins, to come with him on a debauched overnight road trip to find Patti, admit his sins, and persuade her to get rid of the baby, essentially. And yeah, and the movie is super low budget, black and white. Is it black and white? I don't know. I think I found it actually on YouTube of all places. So I don't know what the rights issues have been with the movie for however long, but it was available, I think, on YouTube to watch. Super short, super low budget. It's like 3 people in the movie, 3 characters. It's a little bit of a road trip movie, a little bit of an existential movie. Very raw film, very raw in terms of acting, writing, cinematography. The whole production seemed very much guerrilla style, almost like a John Cassavetes, early Cassavetes type of style. Um, and yeah, it's interesting. Um, I would love to get Jonathan Hertzberg back on as a guest just to get an update on what's been going on over at Fun City. Uh, but yeah, I like I said, I got to catch up on some Fun City releases soon. There was a John Sayles release that I really have to get my hands on because I love John Sayles and I've been loving getting his films and watching his films and diving into him and his work lately. Uh, but yeah, that is from Fun City Editions called Patti Rocks. Let's see. Illuminator Pro asks, "How are you handling these upcoming holidays? Family dynamics are whack." Yeah, family dynamics are whack. So it's holidays are odd for me because the older I get, the more jaded I become, the less I care about holidays because the magic has been long, long gone from the holiday season for me. Just because I've gotten older, I'm 38 now, and it's not like when you're a kid and you have these idealistic uh looks at holidays. You know what I mean? Like back when you were a kid, you get the break, you get the holiday break from school, and there's snow and there's Christmas vibes and there's family. Unfortunately for me, a lot of my family has passed away over the years. A lot from when I was a kid, especially recently. So literally last year, couple of days before Christmas, my aunt passed away. My grandmother passed away early 2025. So that's two people that very that I knew very knew my whole life gone. Years ago, a few years ago, 2019, my other grandmother passed away. My grandfather passed away in 1999. My other grandfather passed away in 2002. My uncle passed away in 2013. Um, and then just cousins. We've all gotten older and grown apart because time moves on and people have jobs and lives and families and all this kind of stuff. So the holidays, lose their luster, lose their magic over the years. Just and this is just me. This is just me being grim personally, but I'm just saying it's the older you get, life changes drastically compared to when you're younger. That's why I harp a lot when it comes to time and the changing of time because it goes by very, very fast. I cannot stress that enough to people. I think that this year of 2025 went by very fast. Very, very fast. Like I'm not ready for it to be over because it's gone by too fast. But there's a lot that's been doing over these last several months of the year. A lot of things going on here on chasing labels and all this kind of projects we've been working on, things like that, and whatnot. But yeah, the holidays, man, it's different. It's different for everybody. And it's different for me, different for you listening at home and whatnot. Speaking of which, there will be at least one more episode of Chasing Labels before the end of the season. The end of the calendar year. We do typically take up like the second half of December off, depending on how the episodes line up and whatnot. I think there's going to be at least one more episode, and then the following episode after that would run way too close to the actual holiday. Um, and yeah, so that does remind me to mention that. But yeah, holiday seasons, man, it's kind of crazy. But what am Illuminator Pro asked, what are you doing after the stream? I'll be honest with a lot of you guys listening. These streams take the life out of me. These 3-4 hour streams every 2 weeks or so. It takes me a while to recuperate from them. So usually after this, I kind of do nothing. I break down. Break down the set here. Um, I move the movies you guys can maybe see a little bit behind me, put them back on the table, move the stuff over, move the table back to where it is, break down the computer and stuff and put the computer back in on my desk and whatnot, and try to figure out what else to do afterward. I try not to then overburden myself because usually I just like go for broke. You know what I mean? My strategy is just go for broke, push yourself in preparation for chasing labels, do the show, power through the 3-4 hours, and then you can rest afterward. Then you can rest afterward. That's my strategy. I don't know how other people do it. I don't know how those people who stream for hours and hours on like Twitch and TikTok and all that stuff. I don't know how they do it and not like collapse after like the first couple of hours. I kind of get it. You know, you're playing video games, you're engaged in some activity, you're having fun, you're talking with people on your stream, all that kind of stuff. But it's a little bit different doing podcasting where it's just me kind of riffing here a little bit. That's why, well, you know, if I'm gonna recommend people who want to get into podcasting or get into live streaming, get somebody to do it with you because it makes things a lot easier on you. Um, you know, it makes things, you know, it makes the flow go better. You know, there's not going to be a lot of dead space because if let's say you get a brain freeze and the other person can be like, oh, my my co-host is he's struggling. You know, I can do something to help out the situation here. But as for after the show, it's going to take me like at least a day to recover, at least a day to recover. But we will be back. Coincidentally, we'll be back here Wednesday. Uh, to do the unwatched pile. Coincidentally, I actually have to pick out a movie to watch for the unwatched pile. So that's what I will be doing probably tomorrow night. Will be or maybe even tonight, depending on how I feel. I need to pick out a film noir that I haven't seen in my collection to watch, which is not going to be easy because I've seen so many film noirs and neo noirs because that's my kind of like my favorite subgenre, movement of movies. I don't know, however they want to categorize it. But we're getting close to the home stretch here. I think I've got one more individual thing to talk about. Yeah, our buddy over at Golden Ninja Video is putting on a movie called The Devil Bear, which is such a cool title in my opinion. Let me see if I can find the details on that. I may have to go to Golden Ninja's website. Yeah, because it's not going to be on Blu-ray.com. Let me see if I can go to Golden Ninja's website. It's been so long since we talked about Golden Ninja Video specifically. Ah, there it is. First thing that came up was The Devil Bear. Limited to 800 copies. It's a lost silent film available for the first time. A mutiny breaks out on a ship over a chest of gold. In the fracas, the boat crashes along the shores of Ontario's Lake Superior. From the wreckage emerges a hulking, snarling figure caged no more. I'm assuming the Devil Bear. Now with freedom clenched between its razor-sharp fangs, the furry beast escapes into Canada's dense wilderness, where it shall be bestowed a new name by all those who lay their terrified eyes upon its deadly form, the Devil Bear. And the Devil Bear is a gorilla. So it's not even a bear, it's just a gorilla. Um, it's kind of like a King Kong-esque type of thing. A film only glimpsed in a handful of blurry stills since its brief theatrical run in the 1930s, Golden Ninja Video is proud to present the lost Canadian silent film to the general public for the first time with a new 2K scan provided by the Library and Archives of Canada and a simian-sized amount of special features about the amazing story behind the making of the film and why it has never been available until now. So special features 2 new improvised scores for the movie by Emily Declue and Andrew Shankman. Commentary on the Devil Bear by Justin Declue. He runs Golden Ninja Video. We've had him here on Chasing Labels. Oh goodness, a couple of years ago. Super awesome dude. Everything Better with the Gorilla, a discussion between Stephen R. Bissett and Justin Declue about early gorilla suit cinema. Lakehead Gothic, a video essay about the Devil Bear by Stephen Broomer. Oh, from Black Zero. It's a meeting of everybody we know here today. New liner notes by Dr. Michael S. Below, author of the best picture ever made in Canada, Thunder Bay Films Limited, and The Devil Bear. Bonus feature Canadian film, The Viking from 1931, with introduction by Justin Declue. Nice, and that's The Devil Bear. Okay, now for the grand finale. I think is I've seen Illuminator Pro says Brick. I've seen Brick. So the way Unwatched Pile works is it's got to be a movie I haven't seen that's in my collection, which is kind of tough. That's kind of a tough stipulation here. And then we're also going to be talking about film. We're going to be talking about holiday film noirs as well. So I've got to find some of those too. So yeah, that's what that will be what I do after the show, I guess, and tomorrow. Let's see, where was I? Oh yeah, I want to check my notes. Yep, so that's now we're in for the grand finale. Now we can go over to Criterion for their February slate. So for their February slate, we have The Man Who Wasn't There, the Coen Brothers film, Network. We've got another Eclipse series, or re-release actually. This is an Eclipse series re-release. Eclipse Series 8 Lubitsch musicals are getting a Blu-ray re-release. We have the movie Cloud, which I actually just talked about in a recent episode of Chasing Labels here. We have the Jacques Tati movie Playtime. Um, and then we have the John Cassavetes film A Woman Under the Influence, and then we have 310 to Yuma. Hold on for 1 second because I completely forgot to get my copies of some of these movies, and I wanted to use them to compare. Okay, I'm back. Um, I almost forgot which titles I was supposed to go get. I, I almost forgot. So, because I have some of these already, and some of these are just re-releases of. Oh, I forgot 310 to Yuma. Hold on, I gotta go to my Delma Dave section. Okay, I'm back. For some reason, my mind is complete scrambled eggs right now because I couldn't find my copy of 310 to Yuma. But I guess we'll talk about that one first. Let's go in reverse order, shall we? So, but I found it. I couldn't like I have a very small Delmer Dave section. I don't have a lot of his work. I think I have like two of his movies. Like he was like wedged in there between like Michael Curtiz and Guillermo del Toro, and I couldn't find it. But Delmer Daves is 310 to Yuma, the classic Western. Of course, this was remade in 2007 with Ben Foster and Russell Crowe. Really good remake, but the original is also very, very good. So, for those of you who've never seen Delmer Daves' 310 to Yuma, you have another opportunity to get it, and this time with a 4K UHD release. So, in this beautifully shot, psychologically complex Western, Van Heflin is a mild mannered cattle rancher who takes on the task of shepherding a captured outlaw, played with cucumber cool charisma by Glenn Ford, to the train that will deliver him to prison. This apparently simple mission turns into a nerve wracking cat and mouse game that tests each man's particular brand of honor. Based on a story by Elmore Leonard, 310 to Yuma is a thrilling, humane action movie directed by the supremely talented studio filmmaker Delmer Daves with intense feeling and precision. Yeah, it's a great movie. Um, New 4K digital restoration with uncompressed monaural soundtrack. There is an alternate 5.1 surround if you prefer that, DTS HD master audio, one 4K UHD disc of the film presented in Dolby Vision HDR, and one Blu-ray with the film and special features, interview with author Elmore Leonard and actor Glenn Ford's son, and biographer Peter Ford, and that is it. Um, Ironically, is that this older Blu-ray, I said old, but this Blu-ray from, oh goodness, 2013. So maybe it is old. 12 years ago is quite a time. uh, it has a new restored 4K digital film transfer. So I think it's the same transfer. Maybe not. No, it says either way. Either way, it's the same special features. New interview with Elmore Leonard and Glenn Ford's son and biographer Peter Ford. Um, yeah, and that's it. Yeah, and then there's a essay by Kent Jones. That's also in here too. So if you have the old Blu-ray, um, I don't know if you need to upgrade it right away. I mean, it's a beautiful black and white film, so I'm assuming the 4K is going to look amazing in black and white. I would check out the transfer reviews when it comes out just to see what the upgrade would be from this. But yeah, I've had this in my collection for like 12 years. I think I bought this as soon as it came out. I really like 310 to Yuma a lot. The original and the remake, like I said, did the remake get a 4K release? Let me see. I feel like maybe it has. I'm so out of the loop sometimes when it comes to. It did get a 4K release back in 2017. All right, I am way off. Okay, but let's move on from there to A Woman Under the Influence. All right, so this is fascinating. Okay, so this isn't a 4K UHD upgrade. They are just putting. I think they are just putting the Blu-ray of this out. The Blu-ray of this movie out individually from the box set. So here is for those of you listening at home, I have the John Cassavetes Blu-ray box set, 5 films. This is this is Criterion 101. Like everybody probably has this. If you don't have it, I do highly recommend it because it's film school in a box. It really, really is. John Cassavetes was one of a kind, and this release here has Shadows, Faces, A Woman Under the Influence, The Killing of a Chinese Bookie, it has the 1976 version and the Killing of the Chinese Bookie, the 1978 version, and it has the movie Opening Night. So, um, this is interesting because, like I said, I think they're just taking the disc that's in here and putting it in you know, a Criterion case with the artwork, and that's what they're selling. So it's not like it's a new restoration or a 4K UHD upgrade. So I find that interesting. So, A Woman Under the Influence, this uncompromising portrait of domestic turmoil, details the emotional breakdown of a suburban housewife, her family's struggle to save her from herself. Gina Rowlands and Peter Falk give unforgettable, harrowing performances as a married couple deeply in love but unable to express their ardor in terms the other can understand. This landmark American film is perhaps the most beloved work from the extraordinary John Cassavetes. Yes, A Woman Under the Influence, maybe that's tough to say because I would say Killing of a Chinese Bookie is probably more well known and more referenced, but I think Gina Rowlands' performance in A Woman Under the Influence is one of the most influential acting performances ever. And that says a lot, but I feel like I'm not overselling that concept. I feel like I've seen it referenced so many times by actresses and actors and people going into the Criterion Closet talking about A Woman Under the Influence. I've seen, when Gina Rowlands passed away a little while ago, people remembering her for that role. That performance in that movie is unlike anything you've ever seen. It is truly a landmark performance. So I'm glad that it's getting an individual, Blu-ray release, but I was kind of hoping maybe we would get a 4K UHD upgrade because I'm pretty sure a lot of people already have this box set, whether it's the DVD, whether it's the Blu-ray. Yeah, let me actually take it out. Um, let's see, The Woman Under the Influence. So yeah, this is the individual release here. It's the same artwork they're going to put on the Blu-ray release. Because I'm pretty sure. Let me actually take a look. It's got audio commentary by sound recordist and composer Bo Harwood and camera operator Mike Ferris. Conversation between actors Gina Rowlands and Peter Falk from 2004. And then audio interview with director John Cassavetes from 1975. And I'm pretty sure that is the that's what's going to be on this release. Yep, that's exactly what's on this release. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's the same exact disc. Um, Yeah, because it says high definition digital restoration with newly restored uncompressed monaural soundtrack, and that is the exact thing it says on Blu-ray.com. So I mean, it's cool that they're doing it, but like I said, uh, we kind of have this already. Let's see. Yeah, so the Blu-ray has never gotten an individual release before, uh, except on DVD. So it got an individual release on DVD back in 2008, but this Blu-ray's never gotten an individual release. That's I guess that's the rub here. Okay. I just wanted to make sure to point that out. So, if you've never seen the movie, buy the Blu-ray or buy that box set preferably, because you just get more in it. But moving on from there, we've got the movie Playtime. Now, this is a Jacques Tati film. Talk about another director, and there's nothing like a Jacques Tati film, just like there's nothing like a John Cassavetes film. Truly unique, specific filmmakers, really specific. So I've had this Jacques Tati box set. I think this came out in 2014. I probably have had it since 2015, and I finally watched Playtime. I never watched Playtime because it was always the movie that everybody said to watch from Jacques Tati. But I have an OCD when it comes to directors, and I want to watch their filmographies in order if I'm watching their stuff for the first time. So I watched Je de Fête, Monsieur Hulot's Holiday, and Mon Oncle years ago. And then my intention was to watch Playtime, and I just never got back to it until now. Until now. So, Playtime, unlike what they're doing with A Woman Under the Influence, this is getting a 4K UHD upgrade. This is getting a 4K UHD release by itself. And Playtime's also gotten an individual release on Blu-ray before, and it's also included in this box set too. Um, yes. Yeah, because the one that's in this set here has a 4K is a 4K restoration. And the one that's they're releasing individually is also a 4K restoration, but they released a Blu-ray back in 2009 that I think had an older transfer on it. And that's the one I think a lot of people may have in their collections. But this one here, I believe, actually, let me take it out. I believe this has a 4K restoration. It says it on it. It says new 4K digital restoration. Yeah. All right. So let me go over this movie. So Jacques Tati's gloriously choreographed, nearly wordless comedies about confusion in an age of high technology reached their apotheosis with Playtime for this monumental achievement, a nearly 3-year-long bank-breaking production. Tati again thrust the lovably old-fashioned Monsieur Hulot along with a host of other lost souls into a baffling modern world, this time Paris. With every inch of its super wide frame crammed with hilarity and inventiveness, Playtime is a lasting record of a modern era tiptoeing on the edge of oblivion. So, there's this character, Monsieur Hulot, and he makes his premiere in Jeu de Fête. He's in Monsieur Hulot's Holiday. He's in Mon Oncle. He's in Playtime, and he's basically Jacques Tati's version of Charlie Chaplin's the Tramp, and he kind of goes around and gets into all kinds of shenanigans, but he's also incredibly confused in the world in which he's living that's ever changing in rapid ways, specifically when it comes to technology, when it comes to the hustle and bustle of the world, when it comes to the aesthetic of the world. He gets very lost and very confused by it all. I'm pretty sure that's a social commentary by Jacques Tati. But at the time in which Playtime was made, which I believe was, when was 1967. I think it was like the most expensive French movie ever made. So when they said like bank busting movie, they were definitely correct at the time, at least. And this release that looks actually fantastic on Blu-ray. I can imagine that the 4K is going to look even better. And the movie is so meticulously made. You can tell. Uh, the set design, the scene, um, the scene design, the set design, the way in which it's all choreographed, the way in which it's all set up, the world is so meticulous. The way in which Jacques Tati presents it to us, and he's doing it purposeful. He's doing it purposeful, and he also shoots the movie in pretty much all master shots. They're all just wide shots. There's no coverage, no like shot reverse shot stuff like you would see in conversations because there's really like no dialogue in the movie whatsoever. There's hardly any whatsoever. It's all visual filmmaking and it's brilliant visual filmmaking. It really, really is. This movie's probably definitely meant to be seen on the biggest screen possible because of how visually uh specific it is and how visually sumptuous it is. Truly a unique movie, Playtime. Yeah, it's great. So let's see what we have here for special features. 4K digital restoration, one 4K UHD disc of the film, and one Blu-ray with special features. So I'm guessing no HDR or Dolby Vision. Introduction by actor and comedian Terry Jones from um, um, Monty Python fame. From Monty Python fame. Three selected scene commentaries by film historian Philip Kemp, theater director Jerome Deschamps, and Jacques Tati expert Stéphane Gaudet. Uh, Like Home, a visual essay by Gaudet. Tativille, a 1967 television program featuring an interview with Tati from the set of Playtime. Beyond Playtime, a short documentary featuring behind the scenes footage from the production. Interview with script supervisor Sylvette Baudreau. Um, and an audio commentary with Tati from the US debut of Playtime. Audio interview with Tati from the U.S. debut of Playtime at the 1972 San Francisco International Film Festival. Tati, a short film by Gaudet on life and career of Tati. Mr. Hulot's work, a 1976 television program about Tati's beloved character. Cour du Soir, a short film written by and starring Tati, and then an essay by critic Jonathan Rosenbaum as well. Now, that essay, actually, it's there's a booklet in here. Never mind. Never mind. It shows you how many times I've opened this box set over the last 10 years. Um, the essay may be in here. Hold on. This is gonna bother me if I don't check. Why am I doing this live on air as opposed to doing it on my own time? Because we don't play those games. Let's see. Nice if there was a table of contents in here. Like, oh, there is. Pop up. Let's see. There is an essay by Jonathan Rosenbaum in here, in this booklet. So that must be what that is. Anywho, so yeah, you get all the special features that were on that is in this Blu-ray, that's in this box set. So you're not missing out on anything. There's nothing new. Yeah, I just wanted to do a quick rundown in my mind. But yeah, that is Playtime. Um, yeah, it's a classic for a reason, and it's on like every Criterion must-have for a reason. Now, the movie Cloud, which I just talked about here on Chasing Labels, is a movie by Kiyoshi Kurosawa. It's a modern film by Kiyoshi Kurosawa. I think it came out 2024, last year. Oh, this is a Criterion Premieres release. Okay, it makes sense because it's a newer film. This is a revenge film. I talked about it. A gonzo revenge thriller, a darkly comic anti-capitalist critique, and a dizzying plunge into the alien abyss of the internet. Cloud is among the most audacious genre experiments to date from master of psychological tension, Kiyoshi Kurosawa. Factory worker Yoshi quits his job to pursue his side business, reselling questionably procured items online at outrageous markups. His profits quickly grow, but so does his list of enemies, and the petty grievances of his disgruntled clients and competitors soon take on a terrifying life of their own. Basically, he starts selling stuff online, and it's like fake bootleg stuff, and it's stuff that he's buying cheap and selling high, and people get wind of it, and now they go after him. That's the movie. Um, it's a very slow burn type of movie. Like I said, I talked about it when it was who put this out? Was it I don't think it was. Let's see. Oh, it was Eureka. Yeah, Eureka put it out. It was part of what they announced last month, I believe. Let's see, let me check the special features here because this Criterion Premieres edition really doesn't have anything. Um, yeah, I don't. Yeah, okay. So for this Criterion Premieres edition, there's a Meet the Filmmakers Kiyoshi Kurosawa, a Criterion Channel original interview. That is it. Okay. Um, the Eureka release, which we talked about, has more. There's a new audio commentaries on Cloud by Japanese cinema expert Jonathan Root. Uh, yeah, there's a cerebral cinema, a new video essay exploring the work of Kiyoshi Kurosawa by Japanese cinema expert Joe Hickenbottom. So those two in and of itself have it's more special features on the Eureka release than this release. And this is yeah, so that's interesting. But the movie's still good. The movie's still definitely worth a watch. So moving on from Cloud, we have the Lubitsch musicals, and this is series Eclipse Series 8. So this is an older uh, Eclipse series, one of the earliest ones. And you've got a series of musicals from the great Ernst Lubitsch. Renowned as a silent film pioneer and the man who refined Hollywood comedy with such masterpieces as Trouble in Paradise, The Shop Around the Corner, and To Be or Not to Be. Uh, Ernst Lubitsch has also another claim to fame. He helped invent the modern movie musical. With the advent of sound and with the audiences clamoring for talkies, Lubitsch combined his love of European or operettas and his mastery of cinema to develop this entirely new genre. These elegant bawdy films, made before strict enforcement of the moralizing production code, feature some of the greatest stars of early Hollywood: Marie Chevalier, Jeanette MacDonald, Claudette Colbert, Miriam Hopkins, as well as that elusive style of comedy that would thereafter be known as the Lubitsch touch. Ernst Lubitsch is one of probably the most important filmmakers of all time. And his movies are great. I've always wanted to do an Ernst Lubitsch video here on Chasing Labels, but I wanted to get more of his work. I wanted to delve into more of his work. I wanted to watch more of his movies. I wanted to read up on more of his stuff, and then do like a video about him and his work. So I need this box set. I've been wanting to get this Eclipse set actually for many years, and I just never did because the Eclipse sets to me were always cool conceptually, but I always wanted a little extra from Criterion in terms of like the restorations and special features and all that stuff. The Eclipse sets were typically just the movies. You know what I mean? Like these movies are only probably ever going to be released in these forms because there's really no other, means to do it. But now that they are reviving the Eclipse series with Blu-ray releases now things are getting a little more interesting. Now I'm like, I want to go back and hopefully they release a lot of the old Eclipse series on Blu-ray. So with that being said, we have one, two, three, four movies here. We've got The Love Parade from 1929, Monte Carlo from 1930, The Smiling Lieutenant from 1931, and 1 Hour with You from 1932. And yeah, it looks interesting. And for special features, there's an essay by author and film critic Michael Korsky. So my guess is with the re-releases, we're probably not going to be getting new special features. We will be getting the movies on Blu-ray, but that's about it. But when they're producing new Eclipse box sets, then I think we're going to get some new special features. That seems to be the case because we just got the Abbas Kiarostami, like early short films and early features box set that just came out last week. Actually, that's actually one I want to get from the sale at Barnes and Noble. But that had special features in it, so I wanted to get that. But I got to get this Ernst Lubitsch Eclipse series, Lubitsch musicals. Definitely, I love Ernst Lubitsch. Um, yeah, let me see some of his work that's gotten released. What was it? What was the movie? Hold on. Designed for Living, Clooney Brown, Heaven Can Wait. Heaven Can Wait is actually his last movie. To Be or Not to Be is excellent. And they mentioned, The Shop Around the Corner, which is also phenomenal. That's a great movie to watch this time of year. It's a great holiday film. Let's move on from this to Network. Here we go. Here we go. Network, Sidney Lumet, the legendary, one of the greatest directors ever, in my opinion. And this is one of his best films ever. This movie is evergreen. This movie is timeless. This movie is contemporary. It's brilliant. This media satire, directed by Sidney Lumet from a brilliantly incisive script by Patti Chayefsky, is an x-ray of the corrupted soul of a corporate-dominated America, startlingly prescient in its anticipation of today's outrage-driven news cycle. At a struggling television network, ambitious executive Diana Christensen, Faye Dunaway, finds herself with a hit on her hands when disgruntled newscaster Howard Beale, Peter Finch, goes off script, transforming himself into a mad as hell prophet, railing against the ills of modern society. But can she control the populist revolution they have unleashed on the airwaves? Garnering 4 Oscars, including for Dunaway, Finch, and Chayefsky, this no holds barred new Hollywood classic remains a fearlessly funny as it is unnervingly relevant. This movie is prophetic like you people would not believe. Just look at our world today. Look at the world of 24-hour news cycle, sensationalism on the internet, in the news. Look at what people love to watch on television, what our news cycle is like. If it bleeds, it leads. If it, the crazier, the people who are craziest get the most views on the internet. It's just, this movie's so prophetic, and it's gotten more and more prophetic as the years have gone on. I first watched this movie probably in the late 2000s. It's way more relevant than now than it was back then. Um, but yes, this movie's been available on Blu-ray from Warner Brothers for a while. When did this come out? This came out in 2011, I think, this disc. So it's been around for a while. So um you know I'm psyched that this finally got a nice re-release. Finally. um let's see what we have here for special features, just so I can do a little quick comparison. So, new 4K digital restoration with uncompressed binaural soundtrack, one 4K UHD disc of the film presented in Dolby Vision HDR, and one Blu-ray with the film and special features. Audio commentary featuring Sidney Lumet. Patti Chayefsky, Collector of Words, a feature-length documentary from 2025 about the screenwriter by Matthew Meal. The Making of Network, in 2006, a 6-part documentary by Laurent Bouzero. Uh, so that's it. But there's an essay by writer and New York Times columnist, is that Jamel Bowie? Jamel Bowie. So this Blu-ray, the old Blu-ray, has the Making of 6-part documentary. Sorry. Vintage Patti Chayefsky interview from Dinah, hosted by Dinah Shore. A commentary by director Sidney Lumet. Screenings with Sidney Lumet. Turner Classic Movies host Robert Osborne interviews the director. So obviously you can tell some things are not on this Criterion release. For example, that Robert Osborne interview with um, Sidney Lumet's not on the Criterion. This uh, vintage Patti Chayefsky interview excerpt, don't think that's on. That's not on here. No, it's not. But you do get a new documentary on Patti Chayefsky. So if you have this old disc, you may want to hold on to it because there are a couple of special features that aren't on the Criterion, as annoying as that is. If you're a completist like myself, you have to do it. you have to. You may not ever watch the disc again, other than for the special features, but you gotta have it. You gotta have it all. So that's Network. We do have some more comments here. Let's see. I am on a long sprint tonight. I am breaching the 4-hour mark very soon. But we only have one title left, and that is The Man Who Wasn't There, the Coen Brothers film. What's your consensus on Travis Bickle? Like, what do you leave the film feeling message wise? That's a fascinating question. I know I saw your question earlier. Like, do you think Travis Bickle is a hero or the villain? I think that comes down to, how do you view vigilantism? Is vigilantism heroic, or is it, wrong because technically it is against the quote unquote law? And then that leads you down to another, spider web of like, is the law always right? Or is the law always, um, does it always fulfill the right things? You know what I mean? We see that there is a lot of holes within our justice system now, where we see a lot of people who commit crimes and then get away with it due to circumstances, lack of evidence, misplaced evidence, lack of proper procedure when it comes to interrogations and proper procedure when it comes to handling of evidence. And we see that there's all kinds of loopholes and all kinds of things. And then we see people convicted of crimes and then they get small sentences because of whatever reason, because of judges' discretion, or we see people take plea deals after committing heinous crimes and they get a lesser sentence. So there's that opens up a whole can of worms into like what is the faults of our justice system in the in now in the modern times or just all time, and then that leads you to like where's vigilantism play in that, and then it kind of leads you down like more entertaining road is like what does vigilantism look like in pop culture? What does it look like in movies and television and music and entertainment and art? For me, what's interesting is it connects with my favorite superhero of all time is a vigilante, and that is Batman. Batman is a vigilante, although he works with the police in some iterations, but he's also breaking the law in other iterations. There's a lot of extenuating circumstances when it comes to Batman in the world of Gotham, what he does and doesn't do, and why he does what he does. Um, it's very interesting. So, is Travis Bickle, a vigilante? Is he right or is he wrong? Is he a hero? Is he not? Um, in the context of the movie, he is saving, presumably, at least in his mind, saving the life of somebody who needs saving. Uh, in the Jodie Foster character. So in that context, he's probably the hero. The way in which he goes about it, murder, violence, that's may not be morally right. But it's also like it's kind of like that thing. The ends justify the means, if you will. And I think Martin Scorsese is perhaps saying that in that movie. But then you also have to take in the context that Travis Bickle may not be all there mentally. He may have a lot of mental health issues. And we're not getting a lot of evidence into Travis Bickle's backstory. There've been, guesses and assumptions made over the years and discussions about like perhaps he is a a war vet dealing with PTSD, and how is that affecting the result his actions in the movie? How does that affect his actions when it comes to his views on certain philosophies and ideas that he has? And how is that affecting his health mentally? He is there's something clearly wrong with Travis Bickle, and a lot of it is due to some type of mental health issues. From the very beginning of the movie, we know that he has a loneliness problem. We know that he's got a problem with uh, the way in which he views the world in a very negative way. Um, it's fascinating. So interesting. That's a movie you can discuss and has been debated and endlessly debated over so long. It's kind of probably why I love the movie. And can you imagine Danny DeVito as Travis? I can imagine Danny DeVito doing anything. I love that man. I can imagine him doing anything. Getting those late night munchies. I do feel you. I eat a little bit before the show, but not a lot, just because you don't want to overdo it and get in a food coma while you're streaming for 4 hours. Um, let's see. Let's see. Blah blah blah. Travis also Illuminati Pro said Travis also aimed to kill the politician and couldn't he and so he took down the other evil sort of like a fluke. Yeah. I mean, he kind of went from one perceived evil to another, or in a more obvious evil in uh you know Harvey Keitel's pimp character. It's interesting because Travis Bickle kind of views almost everything that's different as evil. And by different, I mean like, there's moments where he's viewing like American Bandstand and he's just like absolutely fuming and hating what he's watching. Just people dancing. Um there's and and politicians he hates. All there's a very interesting psychosis going on with Travis Bickle. Um, oh, commentary said it was about killing the father figure. That's fascinating. Oh, that opens up a whole other can of worms of philosophy when it comes to that movie. It would be more interesting if Travis Bickle was killing the pimp character, the Harvey Keitel character, to replace him as the father figure to the Jodie Foster character. If they're going along that lines, then I could see that. Um, but but he also like doesn't. I'm assuming. I believe at the end of the movie we find that she ends up like going back home and stuff like that, and reuniting with her family. I think that's the outcome of that. So it's not like he replaces him as like a constant father figure in her life, but maybe as a father figure surrogate to step in to make a decision, a firm decision of what a parent should be doing is protecting the child. Very fascinating stuff. Very fascinating stuff. But let's um oh, Illumina Pro says the politician being Betsy's father figure. That changes things even more so. Being more so, which is the Sybil Shepherd character's father figure. It could also be born out of jealousy with Travis. Like, you assume that there's got to be a jealous streak within Travis as well, an envious streak, really. It's interesting, interesting. But let's talk about speaking of like stuff. Let's talk about the Coen Brothers film, The Man Who Wasn't There, which is their like neo noir, and I think it's very much their precursor to No Country for Old Men. This movie and No Country for Old Men go together interestingly, in my opinion. Um, the Coen brothers peer into the existential abyss of the atomic age in this coolly riveting, drolly profound noir thriller in a performance of a masterfully calibrated understatement. Billy Bob Thornton stars as a disaffected barber in 1940s California whose suspicion that his wife, Frances McDormand, is cheating on him leads him down a crooked path of blackmail and murder. Fusing the expressionistic black and white and hard-boiled poetry of classic noir with their own idiosyncratic feeling for sinister, surreal Americana, Joel and Ethan Coen craft an arresting vision of the cruelty of fate and the mystery of our place in the cosmos. Okay, maybe it's not quite that profound, but it is dealing with certain noir elements of existentialism and things like that, but not to that extent, in my opinion. Let's see what we have here for special feature. The movie's very good, by the way. It's the first time I had ever seen the movie because I've been waiting and waiting and waiting for years for this movie to get a Criterion release. It had a Blu-ray release several years ago, and then I heard rumblings forever ago as well that from Roger Deakins himself, at some type of festival, some type of Q&A, he said years ago that The Man Who Wasn't There, the film that he shot, with the Coen brothers, was going to get a Criterion release. And nothing ever came from it. Nothing ever came from it. And then boom, here it is finally in 2025. Well, it's coming out in 2026, but hey, we're getting it. We're getting it. So, new 4K digital restoration supervised and approved by director of photography Roger Deakins, the master, one of the best ever, with a 5.0 surround DTS HD master audio soundtrack, one 4K disc of the film presented in Dolby Vision HDR, and one Blu-ray with the film and special features. Audio commentary featuring filmmakers Joel and Ethan Coen and actor Billy Bob Thornton. New conversation between the Coens and author Megan Abbott. Archival interview with Roger Deakins. Short making of documentary with deleted scenes. And that is it. Oh, there's an essay, by Laura Lippman. And yeah, that is The Man Who Wasn't There. Really good Coen Brothers film. I'm going to add it to my collection. I've got to get some of these Coen Brother films that Criterion has put out because the special features are rather good on them. I know we talked about it here several times. Both Blood Simple and Miller's Crossing have been tinkered with in terms of specifically Miller's Crossing. There's a certain end of a scene that's cut off. I know people have problems with that. And I think in Blood Simple, there's something that was done there as well. I can't remember, but I gotta get the upgrades just in picture quality wise, because they look better than the old Blu-rays. If you so I got to get, the better one. Um um it is, yeah, I could see that. Let's see. Illuminator Pro says I like Fargo and Burn After Reading the most out of their collection. He also Illuminator Pro says Man Who Wasn't There was hard for me to get into. Saw it many years ago. I can understand that. It's a different kind of Coen Brothers movie. It's a like I said, it leans more towards the serious Coen Brothers movies. It leans more towards um Barton Fink. It even leans even more towards um like I said, No Country for Old Men, but it leans more towards what's the movie with Oscar Isaac? Inside Llewyn Davis. Inside Llewyn Davis leans more towards that. What I'm noticing now that the Coen brothers have split and they're doing their own projects, you can tell which Coen brothers movie was led by which Coen brother. You can tell, like you mentioned, Burn After Reading. You can tell, like, oh, that's a movie this Coen brother would do. Let me see, which one is it? Is it Ethan is doing kind of these? Let's see. Let me see. Which one's the one's been doing these movies? Oh yeah, Honey Don't Drive Away Dolls and Honey Don't. You can kind of tell that Ethan Cohen is like doing the lighter movies, doing Burn After Reading. That seems like an Ethan Cohen type of movie. Um, and while Joel Cohen does the darker stuff, because you see, like he did Macbeth with um with Denzel Washington, and you can tell, like, yeah, his stuff is like a lot darker and different tonal, different tone wise than Ethan Cohen. Um, and even like Raising Arizona is like an Ethan Cohen. It seems like an Ethan Cohen type of movie. I'm just noticing that now. I could be way wrong. I could be just talking out of nowhere, and it could have been a true collaboration of both brothers. But I'm just seeing like the movie Honey Don't and what's the other one? Yeah, Drive Away Dolls and Honey Don't. Like it seems like a certain type of Coen Brothers movie. They really really do. Um, and even like Hail Caesar is a lighter one and whatnot. But uh, that is The Man Who Wasn't There. This is the February slate from Criterion. The Man Who Wasn't There, Network, Eclipse Series 8, Lubitsch Musicals, Cloud by Kiyoshi Kurosawa, Playtime by Jacques Tati, A Woman Under the Influence getting a Blu-ray release, and you have 310 to Yuma, the Delmer Daves classic Western. So that is everything. And that is probably going to be it here for me for Chasing Labels episode or spy number 178. Um it's it's we will be doing like I said, Unwatched Pile on Wednesday. Recently here on the channel on this past Saturday, we did Movies Down Memory Lane, which is our series of movies that we look back at a personal favorite of ours and discuss it and kind of describe how it's been a meaningful film for us throughout our lives. It's me, Stephen Billings, and our friend Dan Skip Allen. This past weekend, we did an episode on 50-50. 50-50 is my pick. It's the Jonathan Levine film um, starring Joseph Gordon-Levitt. Also Seth Rogen is in the film, Angelica Houston's in the film, Bryce Dallas Howard, Anna Kendrick. Came out in 2011. It's my favorite movie of 2011. It's a movie primarily dealing with something very personal to myself in cancer, having had cancer in my during my lifetime twice actually. It's a very real and genuine film approaching that type of subject matter, and it's really really good. It's a super great film. It's one of my favorite movies of like the last 25 years. But so we did that, and last night we did reviews of Eyes Wide Shut and the Eyes Wide Shut, the Stanley Kubrick film, and the movie Elle. Those reviews are here up on the channel. Um, and Yeah, so check those out while you can. There will be another video coming up this week of my trip to the Criterion sale. Um, and it's yeah, so that, and then I think we will be doing some things in December, but like I said, December is always cut short because we take a little break towards the end of the year. Illuminator Pro says twice. Damn, yeah. So long story short, for those of you listening, those of you who didn't really check out the 50-50 episode yet, check it out. Like I said, I had cancer when I was really, really young at 3 years old. And this is the early 90s. So think of like 1991 through like 1993. So super, super long time ago. But I had it once, and then and then I did a procedure, to remedy the situation, but it relapsed, and then I had to go through all of the chemo and the radiation treatments and all the procedures again and whatnot. Um, so it's always been a looming large subject matter of my life. It's kind of dominated my life for the last 30 years or so. But that's a whole other matter. That's a whole other matter. Um, and those things kind of never really go away. People have this kind of idea that once you defeat a big illness, that, oh, it's gone, it's in the past. It stays with you forever. um Specifically for everyone it's different, but for most of us cancer survivors, at least the ones that I've talked to, it's always been looming large in our lives. So it's something that's always been at the heart of my life for a very, very long time. I live with series of chronic illnesses throughout my entire life, all originating from that moment. And a lot of us cancer survivors do carry all of those things with us throughout our lives. And yeah, it's a whole long story. But 50-50 is a great movie, and Joseph Gordon-Levitt captures a lot of the emotion accurately in that film. So now I'm getting off on a tangent, but so this has been Chasing Labels episode or spy number 178. Thank you all for watching. Thank you all for listening. Check out the live stream here if you're just tuning in now or if you're tuning in later. Check out, like I said, all the other stuff going on here on Chasing Labels. The audio is available on the wherever podcasts really are found. You can even check out the audio here on Chasing Labels. If you want to check out a bunch of the other live stuff, go to the live tab. That's where you'll find a lot of the current things. Um, yeah, and also Chasing Labels merch store, Etsy.com/Chasing Labels, or Etsy.com. Search for Chasing Labels, and you will see our t-shirts and stuff like that at this at the store at the store. Um, yeah, it's thank you. So, like I said, thank you all for watching. Thank you all for listening. Oh, one more here. JBL says, "I'm a cancer survivor. Had colorectal cancer about a year ago." Yeah. Um. Ironically, one of the doctors I see is a stomach doctor to kind of check up on things like that. The older you get, I would recommend anybody to check regularly for anything. Go have a full checkup done. I know obviously it can be expensive depending on your insurance situations, but the older we get, our health, it becomes more and more important. Um, yeah, so thank you for sharing that, JB. So with all that being said, hey, keep on watching those movies because I know I will.